Hello, hello. I hope this earlier time works out for many of you. Hello, Yatuki, who's been the fourth one in the chat. Happy you watched the video about creepy art. Ayana, Svit, Titlik, Vanessa Wash says hello, hi, hello, hi. Hello, Graham. Good day for the Northern Rocky Mountains, where only the politics are amazingly creepy. Oh, from the Northern Rocky Mountains. A clumsy artist. Hello, hello. Let's see if chat works this time. The whole chat saga. Oh, Tidlake, the Discord has been here. All right. Face reveal time. Hello. My light's not even on because it's in the middle of the day and it's very bright outside. Whenever it gets dark, let me know and I'll turn the light on. Unless we want to keep it dark for the creepy art aesthetic. Yeah, Titlik. The Discord has been up for like about like a week or two. It's been a lot of fun. I was chatting with some people from the Discord earlier in voice chat. Hello, Sal. Oh, that that was the cat almost falling. I don't know if you heard him. Rio, do you want the chat's attention? Come here. I think wants the chat's attention. Say hello to chat. Oh, he doesn't want to say hi to chat. Or does he want to hang out here? All right. He's going to be live streaming with me. You're not in frame though, Rio. Come over here. All right. Hello, Baz. Oh, the time works for you. I'm very happy about that, and he's gone. Very happy for that. Yeah, and I'll be less tired at the end of the stream as well. We used to like end at like 8. Lou says, "What up from Berlin?" Latino CR from Costa Rica. Lee Hayes, hello again. Yo creative. Oak tree, seaweed. If chat doesn't work, I have an alternative for chat. And it will work this time. Panos M. The Karshi from Sri Lanka. Hello, hello. Ashley the artist. Minus 10 degrees in Iceland right now. It's a bit warmer here in Canada. It can be from Munich, Germany. It can be. Glad to see you again. Ali Grenade. Hello, everyone. Masha, hello. Oak Tree asks, is the Discord open for all? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think Bally has been putting the link. I don't know if the link still works in the description. Salam says hello from Egypt. Hello, Salam. Sweden. Yokriv says great analysis. Imagine you're talking about my my video. Thank you. Alexi from Finland. Nero says, "Oh God, are we watching the PragerU abstract art video?" Yeah, that's gonna be my first react stream. The react stream you've been wanting to see. A lot of no, I saw that video mentioned in the last stream, and I was like, maybe that could be a good reaction. Oh, Panos, you're sick. I hope you get better. Hey, Nix. Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. All right. Because it doesn't look like chat is working, let's try this chat. It's not as fancy, it's not as nice, but like, I want it to be there. Does that work? Does everybody see themselves in chat next to me, next to my face? Our collective Blahaj says hello, hello. Still thinking says hello, friend, hello. Quirabo, hello. Vigolito, hi. People are joining in slowly. Welcome, welcome. Make yourself comfortable. I'm comfortable. I have mis chanclas and my little sweater here. I'm cozy. Make yourselves cozy at home as well. Now, Tiddalik says, I don't think the link to the Discord server works. Does it update? I'm not really good at Discord stuff. Clark Kent's rock and roll review. Review? Just watch your video on creepy videos, creepy art. Yeah, also found you on Instagram. Much love. Oh, I'm happy you found Instagram.com/the Canvas YouTube, I think. I put, Balik, you probably post on Discord as well. I forgot to do that, to say that we're live. Dark Water, hello. No, not chat doesn't work. I mean chat on the screen right here. This chat. Because I want to, like, I've been talking to chat a lot, and on the second channel where I do my segments, when I interact with chat, you don't see chat in the segments, which makes it kind of awkward. So now the chat's going to be there. Again, not the most aesthetically pleasing chat. It's very, but it's going to have to do. It's going to be the chat that we get. Maybe not the one that we deserve, but the one that we get. Sweater game always on point. Yeah, I just found it. It was on the floor over there. Last John class, says Jeremy. Orlando from Belize. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, Ali Grenade says they clicked on Discord and it worked. Yeah, the chat that we need. Hello, Ayana. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a couple of things for today. First, reaction stream. There's I saw some drama on YouTube I think 2 days ago, and I don't want to add to it, but I do want to comment on it. That's something I would like to do with the streams. Not when I see drama or whatever, but I don't want to be a news reaction or whatever. But I do want to take lessons or analyze events that happen online, or maybe more in the leftist sphere, and not to add to them or to contribute to them, but to analyze them and see what lessons we can learn from those events. So we're gonna look at that. It involves veganism and a certain creator that was mentioned last stream as well. Hello, Shauna Denning. Happy you're here for the live. Hopefully the earlier time helped a couple of you. Luke says, drama on YouTube? I can't and won't believe it. Oh, Pano says, why PragerU the canvas? I know a lot of people of my philosophical and ideological leanings, meaning leftists, who despise PragerU. I've seen a lot of takedowns of PragerU videos, which I find really, really funny and good. They're low-hanging fruits. They're really easy to debunk, but they're very, very popular. And last week, someone said that I should react to their takedown of modern art. And then I looked at the video, and it's only 5 minutes, so I might as well watch it with you guys and and see what we can learn from PragerU, from their interpretation of what modern art is. And from their take on other subjects, I have a feeling that their opinion on modern art is going to be funny. And if not funny, at least indicative of their broader social, not economic, well, a bit economic as well, ideological movement. Netai, you already gotta go. Already bored, I see. Says, hi, I gotta go, but I wanted to pop in to recommend the book In the Dust of This Planet, The Philosophy of Horror, based on the endings of today's... I never heard of it. I'll look into it. Have a nice day, Natai. A nice chat solution. Like I said, it's what we're getting. Ali Grenade says, oh my, we're going into veganism. I'm all in. Let's go. Tiago Camilo says, thank you for your videos. Thank you for watching them. Thank you for being in chat. Says, are you an artist too? Am I an artist? I don't know. Is live streaming an art? Is making video essays an art? If so, call me an artist. Kreese says, definitely not a fascist take. I imagine PragerU's take on modern art. Definitely not fascist. We'll look into that. I think what we're gonna do is define what fascism like define. Maybe broadly gesture at what fascism, what's fascist take on modern art, and then see if PragerU conforms to that take. Salem says, loved your Goya videos. I love Goya. I've made a couple. I think it's he's the artist I made the most videos on. And it's sad because it means I can't make more videos on him because I already covered everything that I like about him. Drabble says, have a pleasant evening. Oh, I will. We all will. I always look forward to doing these live streams. I have such a blast doing them. Have a lot of fun. Sudanshu says, updates on art gallery. Yeah, I think it's a good way to start the stream. I like to tell you what I did this month. And not this month, in the past week since last stream. Let's talk about what we did with the art, not the art gallery, but with here, I'll show you. I was talking about it with some people in Discord, so I have the pictures up. Right, how do I open these? There you go. All right, first picture. And then I can do this screen. All right, ready? So I will show you so I've been doing some slight little renovations on the artist residency. So I want to show you the kitchen before. And here it is. So this is the kitchen before. Actually, it used to be yellow here, a yellow color. We painted it white. And it's all these books are the books that came with the house. They're all books on religion, a lot of Bibles. It's a bit because we were doing some painting. That's why it's a bit dirty. I will show you another angle of this. There you go. It's a bit dirty again, but you get the gist of it. So this was the kitchen in the art residency, and this week Ballet and I worked our asses off wait, to turn it into this. So we did some floors. The blue was already painted. It looks dark, but it's blue. The cabinets were already painted white. So basically what you get here is a new floor. There's like some plywood here. Can't do much about it. But yeah, it was a lot of work, but hold on. Let me put the actual, the chat seems to work when I go in this view. Thank you. Yeah, no, we worked a lot. Now after seeing that, am I an artist? I'm very proud of it. So I will call myself an artist for the work I did here. Let's open another view of it. So the whole idea is, if I'm gonna have an artist, because now it's gonna be one artist instead of being three, at least for now. If I'm gonna have an artist come all the way to Gaspésie, which is in the middle of nowhere in Canada, I want them to, you see here the yellow that was there before. It was all this yellow all over. This I still need to paint. But if I'm gonna have people come to Gaspésie in the middle of nowhere and like spend money to travel here, I want to make sure that's worth their time and worth their money, right? And the previous, this is mid. Just like, not just like the floors, there was the lights, which were neon lights, which one of them wasn't working. This was kind of mid. The patio door gives on the sea, so that's a big plus, and there's big windows. But now we changed the lights. It's a track light here. We changed this. There's gonna be a table here. That's a different table, by the way. But yeah, no, this is what we've been pretty much working on this week. So we didn't have much time to do other things. And we also did the video, right? We also worked on the video, which was a pretty big commitment as well, because so many different images and different. Well, you probably saw. Like usually when I do a video on an artist or a video on an art movement or on a specific painting, it's a lot easier because I only have to work with one painting or a very couple, like a small amount of images. But for that video, it was images from all time periods, all like a lot of religious imagery, a lot of modern art, abstract art, and it was like using a lot of things. We have young Quagmire in chat. Hello, Quagmire. Demi Fridge, hello. I'm gonna get so distracted by chat. You guys are distracting, but I love it. Keep being distracting. I'm happy you guys love the kitchen. For now, it's like I said, it's going to be for one artist only. So it's a pretty big house, as you could see from the pictures. It's a pretty big kitchen as well. But I'm in a pretty impoverished region of Canada, a very remote one, and there are artists here that don't necessarily have the equipment or the space to make art. And so what I want to do is give some of the space that this residency has to those artists, those local artists. And at least for now, at least for the beginning, I'll only have one artist living in the residency. So it might be subject to change eventually, but for now it will be only one artist in that kitchen. And it might change. A clumsy artist says, "It looks amazing, by the way." Thank you. And we worked last week on the art gallery. So I don't think I took any good pictures of the art gallery, but I'll clean it up because it was in renovations, and I'll show you probably next stream and see how it's going. But when I make my my video on maybe my first exhibition, you'll be able to see it in a better light and more than pictures, actually videos and stuff like that. Alcy says hello, Alcy, welcome. Pano says you're going to rent it. No, well, rent it. Like so there's 6 rooms on the second floor. There's 3 bathrooms. I was planning on having a bedroom and a studio for an artist that comes from like abroad, outside, and have three different artists working there for a longer period of time, creating a community of artists, and they can use that time and that space to create and to get inspired. It's on the side of the sea. It's in a very remote location. When I try to explain how remote it is to people, especially from America, it's like the closest Walmart is 4 or 5 hours away from where I am, but the closest McDonald's is 15 minutes away. So there's a McDonald's, and there is like a dollar store and like grocery stores. I think two grocery stores in like the 15-minute away city. And there's a grocery store that you can walk to, like a small convenience store, from this location, but we're still pretty remote. And yeah, so it's like yeah, renting those spaces. But as I said, I'll have like a bedroom and a studio for an artist that comes from abroad, and four of those rooms, instead of being 2 bedrooms and 2 studios, will be 4 studios, for local artists to give them space to develop their art and stuff like that. Maybe I'll talk about that more. But there's issues here on keeping especially young people in this remote area, because a lot of young people, once they graduate high school, they leave right away for the city to go to college, to go to university, and they don't come back because all the jobs and all the actual fun stuff is in the city. There's not that much fun stuff here. There's no art gallery, there's no museum, there's no there's a movie theater, but it shows, I think, 2 movies. So there's not a diversity of culture that's offered here. And one of the, like, what I want to do is give artists here the opportunity to develop their art in their own spaces, and bring a cultural diversity through artists that I will invite. And I want them to be here at least for a month, the artists, because I want them to be here and interact with the community, and also show their art in the art gallery, to have this connection. Like, I want to give, let's say I have someone from the US or someone from Europe coming over here. I want them to be able to show their art downstairs in the art gallery, so that people in the region who have never had the opportunity of seeing art, period, maybe the art that they've seen is a lot of like more like boutique art, like souvenir art, because there's a lot of tourism here in the summer. It's a really beautiful region, but aside from that, they don't get to see art that much. Well, that would be an opportunity to show them some art that's been being done, and the fact that it's from like other countries is a good incentive for them to arouse their curiosity. Anyway, those are my projects. I'm going off on tangents. I'm very passionate about this, and I'm very happy to share it with you, and to have you like enable this project for me as well through the canvas. HL1 Ruby Ong says lol to Vincent TD, but hello. I've never seen your name, so I'm happy to see you in chat. Yup Yan says hello Yup Yan. And then there's a name I can't pronounce, but they say hi, hello. Goth Angel says hi, hello Goth Angel. That seems really cool. I don't get to see a lot of cool art where I live, so good for those people. Yeah. A lot of people, I imagine a lot of people in chat right now also live in urban areas, and you have access to a lot of cool art. But in rural areas, the struggle can be pretty strong, at least to have access to art. I know, like, you have access to art online, and you have more access to works of art than anybody in all of history combined, right? But sometimes it's nice to have a physical space to commune with art, and like to share it with other people, and have events on art that you can talk about with your neighbor. You can talk about with your community. Roby is really nice. Thank you. That's really, really nice. Olga. Hello, Olga. Sorry about that. I don't read. I don't even want to guess what language that is. Probably Eastern European. But hello, Olga. Thank you, Yoop. Tank Red says yo. Dylan says hello. Hi, Dylan. Glad to see like new names in chat as well. Happy to see old names because that means I'm doing something good and I'm like people actually enjoy and come back. But also glad to see new names. Austin says love your content. Thank you. Thank you very much. Elsie says I'm looking to move to the same city as Yale, so I'm very spoiled when it comes to art. You don't need to brag. No, that's something to. It's good to realize how privileged you are when it comes to having access to art. When I lived in Montreal, I just took it for granted that art was all around me. There's art galleries, there's museums, and you take it for granted that there's like a diversity of art that's offered to you. But no, it's good to take that, like, you know, to be aware of it and use it as it's and like, you know, take advantage of it as much as possible. Oh, LA Grenade or IA Grenade says, I know I'm new to this live stream. That's me. Always replay crew. But please, y'all hit that like button to show support. What a great stream. Thank you. Yeah, it's true. I never talk about liking the stream. It's not like I'm not in that mind space. I just happy to be here. But yeah, I apparently when you hit the like button, it helps people find the stream. So I think that's a good thing. Vincent says, pardon if I missed this detail. Do you have any particular criteria for the artist's work since you want to create an attractive space? I was wondering whether you want to narrow it down. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to I was telling myself if there are 3 artists in the residency, I would like them to have like a coherence between the 3 artists, not like that they do the same art, but that they can probably inspire each other and bounce back off each other's work. But since they're going to be, the artist is going to be alone, at least in this iteration of the project, and that might change later, but if they're going to be alone, I think it'll be purely like subjective of me going, yeah, I really like that art. And it's going to be so hard to choose because it's going to be only one per month or maybe one per 2 months. If the person can stay for 3 months, that's good as well. So it's going to be hard to choose, and there's no criteria for in particular. It's going to be whatever artists I think would be a good match for the community. For example, I was talking about that with a friend that comes from here and who does art, and she was saying that a lot of artists will be very critical of the art world and how art is commodified and all that, but that's a conversation that I don't know if people from here who don't even have a connection to the art world are going to be able to be engaged with. You know, like different art, different subjects will engage with a specific community or audience differently. And I think the fact that let's say art that criticizes art, because there's an artist from Quebec that I really love who criticizes a lot the art world, or la vie des arts, as they say. But that person here in Gaspésie, because there is no art world to speak of, they might resonate less with the population here. So there's so many different, like I can't tell you like a particular criteria because there's so many different variables that are going to play into it, and there's an ounce of subjectivity and authoritarianism coming from me of me deciding who it is. Ballet is probably going to have a say in it as well. But that's the project for now. I can't wait to have an artist and make a video on them and show you what's going on here a bit more concretely than just updates of what, but like that's what it is when you work alone, well, you and your partner on renovating a century-old house that's as big as this one. Oh, PCA says, "Hey man, I can't stand. I can't stand. I can't stay, but just wanted to say I really enjoy your videos. Thank you. Would these streams be available afterwards? They are available. They're unlisted. I might put them in a playlist, but segments of them are available on my second channel, Germinal, which has been doing really good, by the way. Thank you for the support for that second channel. I've been having a lot of fun making it grow, and yeah, publishing videos there twice a week, 3 times a week sometimes. Have you visited your ancestry land of France? I have not, and I don't really consider it my ancestry land. That's an interesting thing about Quebec. It's that our ties to France, are as old as Americans' ties to Great Britain. It would be kind of weird to tell like someone from New York, have you visited your ancestry land of England? They might not even like it. I don't mind, but like, no, I don't really see France as an ancestry land. As far as I'm aware, like my earliest tie to France could be in the 1600s. So I little conversations going on in chat. I love to see it, but then like I'm in the middle of a conversation, so I can't really comment on it. Vato says hello. Hello, Vato. Ulrich Ornemark says, what are your thoughts on utilitarianism? I am a utilitarian, or I consider myself a utilitarian. That will be a segment one day, probably. My views on morality. I think I'm a very staunch utilitarian. I think everyone's a utilitarian. That's my take on it. Like, I don't think we can do like the calculations, obviously not, but I think we all are utilitarians in a way. Ayana says, I feel peace when I'm here. I'm happy. I said to get cozy before this, and you did. I'm happy to see that. Roby says, I'm an architecture student. It would be interesting, at least for me, for a deep dive on what the renovation process has been like. Like, it's not that like renovation, but it is an interesting building, I believe, because it's a century-old building, and there's no walls made out of drywall. It's all wooden, like this, wooden like planks. And all the house is wooden planks like this. They were all painted. I imagine back in the day they weren't. So we just painted over. But yeah, all the bedrooms, all studios, it's all wood planks like this. The floor is not like that. It's hardwood floors. This is like, I don't know how you call it, planks. This is the attic of the house. I live in the attic. So I'll be roommates with the artists who come here, though they won't live in the attic. Don't worry about it. Pano says, you familiar with the big protests happening in Greece right now? I'm not. I know Greece has like some pretty has strong ties to anarchism, at least from what I saw. Like there's a strong anarchist movement in Greece, but I don't know. Maybe you're talking about big fascist protests in Greece, so I don't want to get in, like, to comment too much on it without knowing what it is, or what's happening. Naro says utilitarians rise up. Yeah. I'm a utilitarian. I know there's a lot of criticism for it, but I believe in that a lot of the criticism of utilitarianism stems from like a like bad information about utilitarianism. The idea like that utilitarians are like super concentrated or super focused on calculating everything, and they're not even human anymore, which robs them from their morality. I feel like that's a lot what people think of when they think utilitarianism. But I do think, for example, not being too utilitarian is is a utilitarian like equation itself, right? If you're utilitarian, you will not want to be too utilitarian in the sense that you don't want to be robbed of your humanity, because it will do better. It's more good to be less, to not be too fanatically utilitarian. And therefore, because of that utilitarian process, you're not going to be too fanatically utilitarian. It's like a paradox, but it's like, when you go to bed and, when you sleep like this and you're telling yourself, all right, I got to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep. You're actually not going to go to sleep because you're thinking so much about going to bed, about falling asleep. Well, if you're thinking constantly on how to be utilitarian and how to best calculate utilitarianism or like moral quandaries or whatever, then you're becoming, well, you're impairing your judgment, your moral judgment in a way. I hope that makes sense. One day I'll make a segment about it. It's something I really enjoy. Oh, Hawk. Hello, Hawk. Hawk0485. They've been in my comment section for like the longest time, and I don't know if it's the first time they're in stream, but I want to shout them out. Hello. I enjoy your videos a lot. I hope I haven't alienated you completely with my comments over the years. I think Hawk has been very critical of my sometimes in the comment section, which isn't a bad thing. And I mean, even if they've been critical, I don't think they don't like the videos. I mean, they're still here. All I'm trying to say is that they're not hate watching the videos. I don't think so. Oh, Tank Rad left. They left like a while ago. I'm trying to catch up. I'm reading. I want to read all your comments, especially at the beginning of the stream before I get into segments and tangents like that. Are you aware of the military coup and dictatorship happening in Myanmar right now? Hasn't been happening for a while now? Was it like a year ago or even more? Or is there a new coup happening? Thank you, Darkwater. So glad to see everyone. Oh, Gnome's Child, the debased. Hello, Gnome's Child. They're gonna need more explanation on that. Probably on utilitarianism. It'll come. Don't worry. C4 says, I feel weird about how Bentham came up with the Panopticon prison idea. Plus, if is also one of the people heavily associated with utilitarianism. I feel like those two things don't fit together. I feel in terms of utilitarianism, you can justify anything because it's a very like rational way of thinking, and you can justify or like unjustify, I guess, many things. For example, my utilitarianism or like, through utilitarianism, I come to anarchist conclusions. I'm an anarchist because of my view of ethics and morality, which are utilitarian. But someone can be a fascist and still be utilitarian. I imagine, in some way. I don't think like it'll all lead everyone to the same conclusions. Vanessa Wash says, curious about the residency. We were talking about that. If you go back like maybe 15 minutes, we are talking about the artist residency. One day I'll make like a good segment and a good like a video, so I can point people towards there. I'm happy to see that so many people are interested in it. Cheeto Slayer says, I just started watching your channel. I love your art vids so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Checkmate Dino says, why do you all have such very negative feelings about humanity? I mean, some people might have bad experiences. I have a pretty positive feeling about humanity, but like, you know, when it's our, how can I say this? It's easy to be negative about humanity when you see how it's going, but I do think humanity is positive. Just that there are systems that drives some humans and some segments of humanity in the wrong direction. We're talking about it with like a lot of shows represent humanity very negatively, especially post-apocalyptic shows, where it's basically always man versus man, and don't fear the zombies, actually fear the other survivors that will, that are out to get you. And it gives like it gives a bleak version of humanity through that media. It's not necessarily that. Like, for example, one day maybe we can talk about that one day. But like in that Last of Us episode where the guy's like, we're not communists, and they turn out to be communists. I feel like that's the kind of society that most post-apocalyptic like civilization would turn to, because you need mutual aid, you need community to survive those kind of conditions. And probably the healthiest society depicted in The Last of Us is that communistic society. But most of it is depicted as everyone is out to get each other. You need this hierarchy, you need, it's always shown in a bad light. I think tonight is the last episode of The Last of Us. Gatsby is dead, asking a tough question. What's the biggest challenge building an art community in a place where art is overlooked? Looking to do the same where I'm at. Great videos always. We've had these discussions with people who are artists here, and it's where art is overlooked, but where people haven't had the privilege to engage with art or to interact with art at all, and haven't had necessarily the education, not in the sense that they're undereducated, even though in some parts they are, but in the sense that they have never been shown an artwork and have never interacted with one. Here, kids, like there's no museums here, there's no art gallery. Kids will grow up their whole lives without even knowing that, the benefits or understanding the experience of looking at a work of art. They'll do arts and crafts at school, but they'll never actually interact with a work of art in a meaningful way. So I think that's like probably the biggest challenge, is to do that. If you already have a community or a small, or like already people who know how to interact with art and that, who are interested in that, then you can build your community from there. And that's what we're doing here. There's always going to be people who are going to gravitate towards culture, towards art, towards painting, towards whatever. There's people for music. There's people for, for poetry. There's always going to be people. And maybe if you're 2 or 3, but get together these people and build something as, a small community, and be as inclusive as possible and get people in. And one of the conversations we were having for building an art community in a community that doesn't do art at all, or that can't appreciate art because they've never done so, is how do you attract people to art? And some people have the philosophy of attracting people to art through through trying to, I don't know how to explain, try to rob their art, or try to take out the nuance from their works of art so that it's not too hard in a way. So let's say here a lot of people like skidoos, I guess. And for those who don't know what skidoos are, I don't know what the word is in English. Jets, no, not jets, snowmobiles. For those who don't know what a snowmobile is, because I imagine a lot of you aren't from a place where snowmobiles are a thing, it looks like this. All right. Oh, it's pretty small. This is a snowmobile. And this is very popular where I'm at. And it kind of looks fun. I haven't done some in a very long time. But some people were like, "Oh, maybe we could include a snowmobile culture into art so that people can get interested in it and not make it too hard for people to understand." But personally, I think this robs what is important in art and what makes people go to art in the first place, which is that nuance. That, if you make art that's like less nuanced, and the artists do something like lower the quality or lower their vision of art to appeal to a population that doesn't like art, then I feel like it's going to make for boring art, or art that people are not necessarily going to go to. Like, I think art that is challenging is what people are looking for, and you can't underestimate a population just because they haven't interacted with art at all. I think you can still make art that is challenging, art that is nuanced, art that doesn't do any compromises, and then people will be attracted to that art because then they'll be challenged, and then they'll see, oh, so that's what people like when they watch art, when they look at art. It's that challenge, it's that questioning. But if you're afraid of having people question too much because you're afraid that they won't get it, then people will see art, it won't question them, it won't challenge them, or at least it will, but like minimally, and then they won't see the appeal to it. At least that's my vision of it. Feel free to disagree. All that to say, that's the biggest challenge to build an art community in a place where there is no art community. But it's a fun thing to do. It's definitely fun. It's frustrating from time to time, but it does get people together with a specific goal in mind. And we've been having fun with it. Oh, Ayana's leaving. Goodbye, Ayana. Can I talk to? Oh, I'm reading everything. I see some conversations. Some worry me. All right. So I want to show you one last thing before we get into segments. And how long has it been? Like an hour, and we're still in the introduction of the stream. I hope you've been having fun. I have, having conversations about all sorts of things. All right, so I just want to talk about the movies I've watched. Maybe some of you will want to watch some as well. Having a lot of fun watching movies after working on my damn kitchen or whatever. Let me see profile. All right, you'll see what I've been watching. And I said I didn't really watch movies, but I'm trying to change that. So now I'll try to communicate which movies I watch, and I can talk about them, and maybe that'll get me to actually watch movies. So this week I watched 3 movies. Thank you, Past Human, for saying it's a great stream. It's my 5th one, I think, and I'm getting a hang of it. At least I'm enjoying it, so that's what matters. All right. There it is. These are the so Northman. I think I watched it last week, um, by Eggers. It was all right. I'm not gonna comment more on it. It was, I think, nah. I'm not gonna comment on it. It was all right. It was probably my least favorite movies of the four that you see on screen. Um, EO, on the other hand, was probably my second less favorite, but it was interesting nonetheless because EO is about like the main character of EO is a donkey. The donkey's name is EO. Both are 2022 movies. It's beautifully shot and it is emotionally evocative. Um, I just have a hard time following a donkey and uh, staying interested. But I watched the whole film and we got through it completely. Yeah, it's not superhero movies. I'm sorry. EO is a superhero in his own way. So EO is a circus donkey. He's being dragged, like the circus shuts down, and EO the donkey. Maybe I can find. Let me find maybe a picture of EO. Here is EO. All my homies love EO. That's him. And EO is a circus donkey, and the circus shuts down, so he's basically unemployed. And EO is sad because the person who's in charge of him in the circus, well, can't be in charge of him anymore. So he's basically a sad donkey who's also in French it's orphelin. What is it when you don't have any parents? I'll need chat on this one. Translate orphelin in English. A person without parents. Orphan. There you go. Asterix. Thank you very much. So the donkey is orphaned, and he goes through life navigates life, and runs away from places where he finds himself to be in. And you see dark parts of humanity, lighter parts of humanity, and you see humanity through a donkey's eyes. So it's interesting. It's not your conventional film experience, but nonetheless fun. Ashley says The Banshees of Inisherin is one of my favorite films in 2022. I watched it. I don't remember when, but I watched it like maybe 2 weeks ago. A movie to watch with a girlfriend? Is that like you're asking about EO? Is EO a good movie to watch with a girlfriend? What about Bally? Bally, what do you think? Oh, Magna, hello. Welcome to the stream. Vincent says, when the blight of industrialization gets so bad, even a donkey can suffer unemployment. Yeah, this donkey does suffer unemployment. Who would have thought, right? And suffers alienation from it, and is is severed from his connections and from the people he loves because of industrialization. Yeah, maybe I should rewatch that movie with that idea in mind. Watch Pig. I've tried to watch Pig. I didn't finish it. Maybe I wasn't in the right mind space. Yeah, Bally liked EO. I think more than I did. Second, Charles Mort-ou-Vif. In English, it's Charles Dead or Alive, made in 1969. It's a Swiss movie. It's my favorite one of the four. It you'll understand really well. It's a very anti-capitalist movie. It's a movie made a year after the May '68 events in France. So it's a very not only anti-capitalist movie, but it's also a very revolutionary movie in its imagination. Like 68 in France was not only revolutionary in the sense of like students and workers uprising, mostly students, but in their imagination and in the art they used to subvert capitalism and la société du spectacle and all that. Oh, thank you, Adelaide. Adelaide. Have a nice day. Have a nice evening. But yeah, Charles Mourvif. It's the story of a man who's the boss, the owner of a watchmaker business in Switzerland. And if you know anything about the watchmakers of the Jura, Le Jura, it's that they have a strong connection to anarchism. And this industrialist, this person who's in charge of the watchmaker company he owns, says that his great grandfather started the company as a watchmaker, or his grandfather started the company as a watchmaker, and that this grandfather that he has not only started the company but knew, and they named them very explicitly. They knew Malatesta, Bakunin, Kropotkin, James Guillaume, all these anarchists who were in that circle of anarchism in the 18th century. And the grandfather knew them and was started his watchmaking company. And then when the whole movie starts off with an interview with this industrialist, who is this guy right here. Oh, I thought we'd see the I thought we'd see, oh, there you go. I thought we'd see the cast. I guess we won't. Probably François Simon. This guy. He has a very interesting face. But this guy is interviewed to talk about his business and how family runs in his business. Or business runs in his family. Both are interchangeable, I guess. And he talks about how his grandfather was a watchmaker. Then he talks about how his father was both a watchmaker and a businessman. His father is the one who really blew up the enterprise to be like a large multinational company. So he was a watchmaker and a businessman. His grandfather was a watchmaker. And then he skips himself and then talks about his son, who is a very business guy who just wants to make the line go up. He's like, my son is a businessman. And then there's this whole identity crisis of, well, Charles, who's the guy, it's like, well, who are you? What are you in this chain of, and he doesn't know. And what we see is that he doesn't care about business. His whole life, he's been, kind of riding the wave of having a rich parent, rich dad, and just like getting into business. But he realizes it's not making him happy. And we see this identity crisis and this existential crisis around a rich person who decides to, who reevaluates, his life as a rich person, basically. It's super good. I really liked it. My favorite movie of the week. Everybody's having a conversation. Oh, it's like a debate in chat. All right. Yeah, The Northman has been on your watch list. Like I said, it's not the greatest. It didn't appeal to me that much. All right. Well, I'll ignore the conversation and the dogpiling on Watson Holmes. I'm not sure what he's saying, but since the beginning of the stream, everybody has been talking to him, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Last film, it was we watched it yesterday. It was Shoot the Piano Player, which was it was a movie that I would like to rewatch with the idea that it's all about women. Movie in the 1960s. Main character is Charles Navour, who is a French singer who plays a piano player, and who it's made by François Truffaut, one of the pioneers in the French New Wave. If you don't know about that, I like that movie, but I don't know if I was able to enjoy it completely on the first watch. I would probably need to watch it a second time and see the relationship the main character has with women, because I've read reviews on it afterwards, and it's really about, I think it's more about women than it is about the piano player or whatever. So I'm not going to go into it, but it was beautiful. I recommend it, and maybe watching it with the idea that it's about women, despite the fact that the main character is obviously a man. Mind going into why exactly anarchism is so relevant to the Jura watchmakers? I have no idea why. I'd have to read up on that. I know there's like a really, really strong connection to Jura watchmakers for some reason. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if there's actually like something backing it up, backing that connection. But I know Vincent is in Switzerland right now. I hope that's not doxing. Um, Neuchâtel and Jura are disproportionately left. Yeah, there's a history of it, but I could not tell you why. I just know like Bakunin went to Jura and would hang out there, and a lot of people would hang out there. Maybe it's because like Switzerland, not only is it central, but it's also has many languages. I have no clue. I don't even know. Maybe Jura has a very specific language, French, German, or whatever. But yeah, no, it's something worth looking into. But yeah, there is a link. I just don't know, and I'm happy to see that there's still a link today, um, and that it's still disproportionately left. Avoided. What's his name? Clark Kent says they avoided the Northman due to it being a step down for Robert Eggers. Yeah, I feel the same actually. I watched one other movie by Eggers, so I can't really tell you. I think, or maybe two. Let me see. Northman. Do. I watched The Witch. I watched part of Lighthouse. I still need to watch it completely with Ballet. Um, but I know The Lighthouse is amazing. I just need to watch it. The Witch was interesting, and I did like it as well. Northman less so, and it's I'm gonna shout out a YouTuber who I find amazing. Their name is In Depth Cine, and In Depth Cine, this person makes one of their videos I prefer the most, or I like the most, is when they do a 3 budget levels. So here you have Tarantino doing like 3 Tarantino movies at 3 different budget levels. Here it's Nolan. Who else was there? Taika Waititi. Oh, here, 3 budget levels series was right under. And what I find, there's a pattern I see, and maybe it's just confirmation bias or whatever. And I'm like I said, it might be biased, but very often the first level, the one that's the cheapest, is the most compelling and the most creative. Even for Tarantino. Like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that was like 11 times, almost 12 times the budget of, for example, Pulp Fiction. Like, I think Pulp Fiction is a much better movie than I already forgot the name, Hollywood movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I feel like that's a pattern that I see very often in movies. Not that it's always like that, right? but I feel like it's something that happens very often, and I think it's because they filmmakers might have more freedom when their movie is tied to a less like a lower expectation of return on investment. So when you have to when you have to pay when you're getting like through 200 million to make a movie, you have to deliver and have a commercially successful movie. And I think that might impair their ability to make a compelling movie. And I think Northman might suffer from that in the sense that it's very different from the Lighthouse or the Witch. I say Witch because it's two V's, and I like saying it. I know it's the Witch, but Northman seems a lot more like you can tell that it was aimed at a broader public in the sense that it's trying to keep your attention, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think it was necessarily the vision of the artist, at least from their earlier work. If you take for reference the Witch or the Lighthouse, in those movies, Eggers doesn't want to keep you on your toes all the time, compared to the Northman. I feel like, I don't know, I might be wrong. I'm not a huge movie guy, so what am I? I'm I'm making stuff up. Yeah, Gatsby is dead. As low budget forces you to rely on what you know rather than what you can do. I feel like yeah, exactly. Like you might have all the possibilities in the world to do whatever you want, but that might impair your creativity. Sometimes restrictions are good. Tarantino didn't make most of his movies. Yeah, that's true. I've heard that. Even if it's like, I mean, most people don't make most of their movies, right? The crews behind movies are like hundreds of people, sometimes thousands of people, right? And it's, I don't know, maybe is 1,000 too much? But we attribute that movie to one person, as if that was even possible. At least, I mean, it is possible, but like in 2-hour movies with like historic like I don't know how to call it again, historical period, whatever. Like those are hard to accomplish alone. You need a whole team. And I think there's something to say about individualism and the great man theory that is still permanent in our society to equate the making of a movie to one name. Has a lot to say with like capitalism as well, and how that name is often used as publicity, publicity stunt. Trevor White, I've never seen your name. Happy to see you in chat. Says, always good to have different opinions, even if you're less experienced or whatever with movies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Aiden Rollins says, and by the way, hello Aiden, says Eggers always cover folklore in his movies. I think Northman just had way more to cover than his other two. I agree with that. It covers more broad subjects, which is why it feels unfocused to me. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. The Lighthouse and The Witch were able to focus a lot more, just for the fact that it's a restricted cast. In The Northman, there's a lot of people, a lot of it just feels unfocused in the sense that, at least compared to other previous iterations of or other movies by Eggers, it just feels so the world that he's portraying is a lot bigger. As for The Lighthouse and The Witch, the world is as big, but we see only part of it, and we're able to scrutinize that little part. Northman, the guy goes from I think Scandinavia all the way to, to Russia, I think, or Eastern Europe, and then back to Iceland. It's like, it makes for a great epopee. I don't know how to say it in English, epopee, but it's not the scrutinizing segment of that movie, of that mythological or whatever, and mythological story, and being able to analyze it. All right. Those were the movies of the week. Now we can actually get into segments. And I don't know if this will be a segment in itself, but I want to talk about, well, first, the video that I just published the video on creepy art. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you liked it. It's not on a specific work of art, and it's not the video on Bashinsky that I know a lot of people wanted to see. But I think it was, at least I hope that it was still thought provoking and yeah, insightful for you. And I'd like to know. I haven't had the chance to read the comments because I was busy this morning. I was talking on Discord. I was having a lot of fun doing different things. But I did see that one video on how how you just banned a conservative from the chat. So you do agree with revolutionary violence against reactionaries. I didn't ban them. Maybe Bali did. I mean, we're trying to talk about like the movies and everything, and then people were just talking about. I did see someone talk about super slides, so I'd rather stay on topic and hang out with chat. It's my show. Talk about the things I'm talking about. Yeah, creepy art chit chat. Oh, just in timeout, Bali says. Only timeout. I don't want to tell, all right, people, we're focus on what's going on in the stream instead of going on tangents. I want people to go on tangents, but at the same time, it's really hard for me to interact with tangents. So it makes either I go on my own tangent and ignore chat, but I don't want to ignore chat. I want to hang out with you guys. Past Human says, plenty of great, really creepy art on IG. Yeah, it's so popular. And I saw a comment where people were saying that they find comfort in creepy art, which I understand, maybe because it makes you feel less alone, or it gives like this like an example of art that, I don't know how to explain it, because I personally I don't have this attraction to it, but I can imagine someone who does feel like super alienated and sees this, and it's like there's like darker art out there that that represents the feeling of someone, or that I'm not alone in feeling this dread, which I can completely see how it can oddly give you security or comfort, right? That you're not alone. I feel like that's mostly it. Yeah, even in film, in So Humaniac, film is a great medium for creepy art. Under the Skin, Eyes Without a Face, Possessor. I haven't seen those movies, but I know there's a lot of body horror. Is that what they call it? That's very popular. A24 is making movies like scary movies even more popular, making them artsy and all that. There is a demand for that kind of genre, both in visual arts but also in movies. And I find I don't know. I find that's a fascinating thing to look into. I don't know if the whole idea of community feeling was the right way to tackle it, because I feel like it might be that might be like a completely different thing, right? But I do that's another thing. I do think that there's no community feeling anymore in art, and that kind of creepiness or spookiness does speak to that lack of community feeling, I believe. But I feel like that might be a stretch. It might get less. Yeah, see, Ashley, the artist. Some people don't know why they like it. See, they're attracted to creepy art as well. I haven't seen body horror movies. Ultra Solar says it makes them hate their own flesh. I haven't watched any, mostly because I only watched movies with ballet, and ballet is afraid. I find that scary. I think. Yeah, Yoav says, to be honest, I just feel like there is a subconscious romanticism of dark or bad things slash topics nowadays, and that's true. But I want to know why. My like part of my answer is to say like we're so alienated, and I feel like we I don't know if it's romanticized, but it is romanticized. But I don't think that explains. Um, I don't think my explanation really talks about romanticizing dark art. It's more like an attraction. But why do we romanticize dark art? That's another question to ask. And also, it is true that it's especially more online, the creepy art. And there might be a dissonance between creepy art and like more contemporary art in galleries. I don't know how much you'll see creepy art in art galleries. I think it's a very online thing as well, which is another way to Ethan says, "Hello, Ethan. I did not realize there was an upload or stream yet again. What are we talking about? We're talking about the recent video that I uploaded, talking about horror and why people are interested in horror so much, especially in terms of visual arts." See, like even you guys love it. Everybody loves it, but and it's not new either, right? Like the whole like Hieronymus Bosch. That's another topic that a lot of people want me to cover. It's like that creepy art was also made in the past, and Goya was made in the past as well. Yeah, emo. Yoav says like allures to emo people, emo kids, and stuff like that. That's true. And like I bring it back to community feeling because I do believe that there is no community feeling, and we weren't able to replace the religious community feeling and all those community feelings that developed through history that finally ended up in the art on itself kind of a community feeling for the art world. But like we haven't been able to replace it, and we're kind of like in like a void of community art or community feeling, and this kind of void does give place to dark art, and that's the whole purpose of the video. But I don't know how much we can get community feeling again today. I think we're like kind of bound, and we're stuck with the lack of community feeling, as long as we live in a world without community, in a world where uh, we take for granted that there is no alternative to the situation in which we live, right? Like this is the only way to live. We're post ideological. There's we're at the end of history. And as long as we think that we're at the end of history, most people don't think that, but we kind of assume it's like it's in the air, I guess. We know things are going to get worse, things are going to get bad, but like it's like I guess people think it's inevitable in a way, and that I don't know. I feel like it's we're we're not going to see like art that relates to community feeling anymore, and there's a great tragedy to and I think that creepy art is a good way to signify this tragedy in a way. And I did have this conversation with Amal Siendi, which I refer to in at the end of the video, about this community feeling in art. And we talked about how, and it's something that maybe I want to discuss with you, like the viewers, instead of discussing it in the video. But the idea that community feeling in terms of art has often been a community feeling that is based around power, or people in power, or ideas in power. Community feeling was seen during religious times, it was either started with the shaman, and then eventually like a more organized religion, and the whole idea of community feeling was based on a hierarchy of religion. And then it turned even to nationalism, where it was either a specific people or a specific, sometimes even like the head of a state, the head of that nation becomes the power, right? There was the revolution. French Revolution was by no means non-hierarchic. It was better than what they previously had, and you could argue that it was also worse in some other ways, obviously. And same thing for Soviet socialist realism, right? With there was community feeling in the art of the Soviets, but it did reinforce a structure of power that was in the end not super beneficial. And I feel like no matter what community feeling we have, it will, if it's depicted through art, it is very tied to power, and it's not necessarily something I want. And this post-ideological, like there is no ideology, there's nothing left, does speak to that, right? There's no power, it's all diluted, it's a system that works on itself. There's not even a class system anymore, according to these people. So I feel like art in that, like community feeling in that case, can be restrictive, and now we're freed from this necessity of community feeling, but it means less. Like, I don't know. It's pros and its cons, I guess. I don't know what you think about that. Do you think we need community feeling? Do we need in art? Part of me says yes. It's, it ties up. It's like it links everybody together. Everybody, if like, let's say we're all Christians in the Middle Ages, everybody can connect to like Christian art, and it'll speak to them. It'll speak to you as it speaks to me. But now it's so devoid of this common link. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It just means we're free to explore whatever we want. I don't know. Panos Katrin says, revolutions and the creations of socialist societies are going to happen in the near future, no matter what. Revolutionary art, ideological art will come back in that way, no? Maybe. It's possible. I just don't know how, like, I don't have that revolutionary optimism. I don't. Maybe. I hope so. But, and again, that art, that revolutionary art, that ideological art, I'm just afraid that it might just create this power or this hierarchy in a way. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about politics as a way of, like a counterpower. And like that's a good way of putting it. Instead of doing it like the idea that it contributes to power, it can contribute to counterpower. Uh and it's what I'm hoping. But again, it would need to be from the broader community, not just the leftist community, Because then we're not talking about art that speaks to a broader community. We're talking about art that speaks to, you know, uh, people who are against. Like it's it's hard to create like a monolith in a way, or like one art that will unite all. That's what I'm trying to say, I think. Yeah, sauerkraut. I like sauerkraut. I think there's like we something is lost in our modern era in terms of like the fact that we're living in larger groups. I think it's exacerbated by our economic system, but it is true that just from the fact that we're a lot larger and not living in smaller communities, unless you're like me and we're in and you live in a small rural town. Yeah, BD Haynes says I think it's more about feeling connected to an ideology or group or community. Yeah, and like have that feeling through art. And I think maybe memes use or maybe the memes are the modern equivalent to that, right? Of that community feeling. Memes are created by a community. They're with a lot of in jokes. Everybody can can be together or can come together around memes if they're into a community or group or an ideology. Maybe memes are the future of community feeling, right? I haven't think about that, and I don't know why it just came into my mind like that. Revolutionary art never went away; it went underground, says Clark Kent. Yeah, well, yeah, but like if it goes underground, how much is it like tying everyone together? It might just tie the people who are underground, which, let's be honest, it's is a really small portion of society. Great answers. Some are longer, some are. I'm reading them. Yeah, like the war in Ukraine united most of Europe. Yeah, that's a good example. And like there hasn't been like there has been art. Like the one I'm thinking about is like art made out of bullet holes with like with flowers. I don't know if there's art that you they like federated around Ukraine or like the war or the like Ukraine's invasion, but it is federating, and that's the kind of federation, like federating around images. In that case, it's an event, but I'm sure like I don't know if there's necessarily art around that topic, but at the same time, if we make art around like around more not news, but like like for example, the Ukraine war was or the Ukraine invasion was very popular for like a couple of weeks, and now we still hear about it, but less and less. And like if your art movements or your art community feelings revolve around like world events, just because of how we perceive world events, like these world events, at least in the general, like not for Ukrainians, obviously not, but for a lot of people, it's a lot. It's very ephemeral. It happens and stops. I'm sure for a lot of Americans, like the Ukraine invasion is over. Not that it's over, but like you don't think about it as much. Frilled Mayfly adds something really important. Says, I just finished a creepy art video. It's interesting that mental health wasn't mentioned in my own art. Creepy art has been to try to explain the pain with my own mind. Yeah, yeah. I feel like alienation and mental health do have like a a relation. But you're right. I didn't talk about mental health, and it's something that I should explore more because I talked about that in another stream. I talked about how very often we have this maybe problematic vision of mental art and mental health and art, or mental health and artists. And we almost like the mentally ill artist is very often exotic or exoticized in a way, like because they're mentally ill we're like, oh my god, what they're saying is so much more interesting. And it's like there's and perhaps it is because they have a different view on the world than people who don't like who don't suffer from mental illness, like is able-minded, not minded. I don't fucking know, but like people who don't like suffer from mental illnesses might have a different perspective and from a different experience from someone who does struggle with mental illness. But there's also this exoticism, and maybe creepy art is linked to that, right? The whole idea that, oh my god, this artist suffers from schizophrenia, and here are the horrific paintings that they've done as a result of some episodes. And then people will watch that maybe as a way to like understand, but very often more as a morbid curiosity of the schizophrenia that the artist is suffering from, which is not necessarily a great way of going about it, I think. But there is a link. The mentally the whole idea that we would look at Van Gogh or Van Gogh because Van Gogh is mentally ill, and then we look at his art and go like, wow, this is so powerful. It comes from someone who is deeply troubled, who is deeply mentally ill. I feel like it might kind of be weird from time to time. Yeah, Tuki and Ashley talk about the whole idea that we're becoming secular, and that atheists don't have a strong community, and it is true. But I don't think it's not an argument against atheism, because it's just I don't believe in God. And of course, you're just gonna go so far with a community when you say I just don't believe in God, right? You're not going to go that far with that community, but I don't think it's a bad thing. That's one of the things I was talking about, right? It's like we're freed from these community feelings that everybody we're adhering to. We're free to like think whatever we want, but it does rob us from that community feeling. But that's one of the examples I think it's good, to be freed from, not being religious does rob you from a potential community. But let's be honest, that community is not always the greatest to be a part of, and also I strongly believe that you don't even choose to believe or not. So we can't just say, all right, guys, let's believe in God again for that community that we lost. You can't really choose to believe or not. All right, I'm sorry, I went on a big tangent, and I'm gonna have to skip all your comments. Yeah, Cole says, I feel like the fetishization of struggle in art leaks into all mediums. You see it in rap music, folk music, high art, etc., etc. I agree with Cole, but I do think struggle in art is important. And I just had that conversation in Discord with a couple of people about struggle in art and how struggle is essential for artists in a way. An artist who doesn't struggle doesn't have much to say, I think. But like what kind of struggle and how do you overcome that struggle is like another question. But like I don't think it's fetishization of struggle can be a good way to see it, but at the same time, yeah, No, it's a good way of seeing it. Like for example, I love art that that talks about more like social struggle. Let's think of Goya Samin, right? Who talks about anti-imperialism, talks about American intervention in South America. Like it's very evocative art that can talk like that can relay like important ideas and important facets of history that are often not talked about, and the horror that the artist and the community he's a part of live from those interventions. Um, and but when we look at Guayasamin, I was going to pull it up, but you already know, like it's on my channel and it was even featured on the latest video. Are we fetishizing Guayasamin's struggle, or are we more like empathizing with it? I think there's a line there. You can like I think at least for my part, I'm more empathizing and like feeling the feeling of injustice that he probably wants me to feel anyway. But I feel like if we look at Van Gogh and we're like, oh, this is the painting of him with like a bandaged ear because like that's when he cut off his ear because he was really angry at Gauguin or whatever. Um, that might be fetishization because I don't think we're empathizing with Van Gogh. I think some people might be empathizing with Van Gogh, but some people might fetishize it as like, oh, this is the tortured artist that we love so much. But yeah, no, that was the conversation. Thank you for a lot of answers talking about liberals. All my homies hate liberals. Jan Colado 8. I think it's the first time I see you, Jan. Welcome. Says, what is your opinion on religious paintings? Do you think that it doesn't really have any meaning compared to other paintings like the executions of May 3rd by Goya? I think religious paintings do have meaning, and I do believe that our own experience in our own context does prevent us from experiencing different religious works. I can't enjoy religious works. I'm not in the right context. I even if I'm in a church, I can't relate to them. Um, it's just not my kind of thing. Um, it does have meaning, and especially for the people at the time. But my definition of art, which is engaging with the world and with different experiences, different visions of the world, which is what religious paintings relay, like show. But I don't think those religious paintings, either because we've been so oversaturated with them, or because they were made, more as I don't know. I It just doesn't get me. But however, the executions on May, like the 3rd of May 1808 by Goya, that does get to me. That kind of injustice, that timeless injustice of people being executed. And you see like the pain, and you see Goya is really angry, or at least at the very very least troubled by those executions. And putting both in like both actors in two camps. I feel like that's something that we can relate to more than religious paintings. But at the same time, we're in such different contexts from those religious paintings. It's really hard to truly appreciate them as they were intended to be. Yeah, Tuki, no, I haven't visited Iceland. Maybe eventually. I don't really have the time to travel. Maybe one day I will. Ethan says, surely religious art shows how people thought and has a meaning. How people thought and has a meaning, though through that, if it's not a religious meaning, or did I misunderstand? Like, no, there is a meaning. It's just really hard. Like, and it does show us how people thought, and it was like a tool of communication to get people to, to adhere or at least to understand the religion that they were themselves were a part of. And yeah, there is a meaning to it. It's very hard to connect or to not to understand it, but to appreciate that meaning, especially if you're not Christian yourself, but also like you're not the target audience. And there was a very specific target audience for those paintings, which were illiterate peasants usually. And if you're not an illiterate peasant, it wasn't made for you. If you're not an illiterate peasant of the 15th century, it wasn't made for you. So that's why I'm saying it's really hard to connect to, especially if you're secular or your idea of religion is different from theirs, and your intensity in your religious feelings is different from theirs, which it obviously is, I think. Unless there's some medieval peasants in my chat, which yeah, Jan is reiterating what I was saying, are harder to appreciate and connect with. But yeah, this whole idea of art being religious and having meaning because it's religious, and having meaning through its aesthetics and all that, is very different from our modern conception of art. And Ethan asks, and it's it's an interesting comment. That's why I stopped on my train of thought. He says, "You do not have to think the same to see their perspective. No, I cannot think the same as someone with mental illness, but the art helps to understand or connect with. Is it not the same? I don't think it is, because there's cultural signifiers in that religion, in the sense that, all right, not religion, in that art was really made to like not see from their perspective. That art was made to communicate ideas to people who understood that language. As for someone with mental illness that communicates their perspective, will often use language that we understand so that we understand their perspective, because the whole thing is to make us understand their perspective, right? But for religion, first it was aimed, like, for example, most people, when they see Hieronymus Bosch's like depiction of hell, for example, we don't really get a lot of the things. But I'm willing to bet like a religious peasant is going to get more from a Bosch painting than we can, even though we can zoom in on it 200% or more than that, because we don't get the cultural signifiers. A lot of for example, like the most basic example, a lot of the music instruments in a Bosch painting, I don't know what it is, what it does, how it sounds like. That's the very basis there. And not that you need to know what these music instruments are to understand the painting, but that's an example of me not being able to fully appreciate, because it was made in a context where these instruments were used and were widely known, right? That's an example. But I do think, like, because that art was to communicate ideas to people of their time, and art from like someone who's mentally ill that tries to communicate how they experience the world, I feel like those are very different. Yeah, we can still like Ethan. Yeah, we can still try to understand, uh, and that's what the whole field of art history is, right? It's trying to put every works of art in their context, trying to understand what those music instruments are, what their names are, what they sound like, what they could mean, or whatever. And like that's the whole study of art history. But a lot of people are not necessarily going to, like, we're trying to put everything in context, but despite that, it's really hard to to be into that painting with that context. Even if you understand the context, you don't live it. You don't experience it. Gnome's Child says, all Bosch paintings should be accompanied with hurdy-gurdy music, clearly. I agree to that. All right, so as I was saying, and I want this to be the introduction for the next segment, our appreciation of art and our interpretation of art is often hinged upon our definition of it. So, and what we think its purpose is. So for the longest time, for religious art, and that's like the longest type of art that we've had in history, the purpose of art and the definition of art was illustrating, at least in the Western world, in the West, in the Christian world, was illustrating the Bible, so that peasants who can't read can kind of understand what's going on in the Bible, so that they can be more pious and that they can be under the rule of the church. And throughout history, the purpose and the definition of art has evolved. And eventually it became more about the aesthetics of art, how art can mimic life, or how can it mimic life as faithfully as possible in the most attractive way. In the Renaissance, you saw artists try to use that, or trying to push the boundaries of how to replicate life as best as possible, even going as far as dissecting bodies to try to understand how bodies work, so that they could depict them as accurately as possible, and using as well compositional tools like the Fibonacci sequence. Sorry, not sequel, sequence. And that Fibonacci sequence was used all throughout, especially the Renaissance, to compel a sense of, the aesthetic, trying to have it in a harmonious composition and have people be in awe of those paintings. And for a large segment of history, this was the purpose of art, the aesthetics, and it being beautiful and all that. Of course, sometimes historical paintings, sometimes portraits, and sometimes, there were different reasons why they made art, but it's always with the underlining aestheticism that would support it. Art was often, and it still is, like, seen as decoration. You can think a lot about how rich patrons would use art as decorations. They would put pictures of their wives naked in the room because they thought they were beautiful. They would put pictures of themselves because they really liked how they looked and how they, it was a position of status. It was a statement of status. But all that to say, art has changed throughout history, and now we live in, to me, but of course I was born into that kind of art purpose, or that art definition. We have come to an art that is much more conceptual. And to Marcel Duchamp, this art was the more of a intellectual art, an art that appeals to the mind, to the intellect, as opposed to retinal art, retinal being, the eye, being an art that appeals more to our senses, to to the eye, to our aesthetic senses. And all of conceptual art appeals to the mind. It makes you think. You need to engage with that work of art to enjoy it. You can't just enjoy it passively. You need to engage with the art by either looking into it or using, I don't know, like you need to engage with that work of art either by researching it or by thinking about the implications that the artist was bringing up. A lot of conceptual art is like that. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because we are about to look at a critique of modern art by PragerU, who PragerU is a conservative, pretty far right leaning university. Chat is university, all right? Apparently you can do that in the US. You can just call your thing a university. Anyway. And their university published a video on critical of modern art. And PragerU has a history of making some pretty far right leaning videos. And that video on modern art that we're gonna watch has 5 million views, and it's very critical of modern art, I imagine. And what were before delving into that video, I want to look at the fascist criticism of modern art. And the reason for that is the person who told me to watch that video, which we are going to react to, also told me to that it might be kind of fascistic. I don't want to go into it by saying PragerU or whoever shows that video or that argument is a fascist or whatever. But what I do want to do is first establish what the fascist critique of modern art is, and see how much PragerU. We're gonna play a little game. That's my little game. How much is PragerU fascist? How will they adhere to the Nazi, especially the Nazi critique of modern art? But instead of being in the 40s, it's gonna be, I don't know when the video was published, maybe in the 2020s or whatever. So in the 40s, fascists didn't like modern art. I've made a couple of videos on that. There's the Entartete Kunst exhibition, where basically Nazis took modern art, which was more based on expression, and there was some abstract art, for example, Kandinsky, where they were saying this art is degenerate. That's a term. And if PragerU calls art degenerate, that's your first sign of fascism. I don't think they will. I hope not, because that's pretty on the nose. But if they call modern art degenerate, we can close the video. They're fascists. But the reason why they saw it as degenerate is here are some key concepts. They saw it as degenerate, any modern art that didn't promote the sense of aesthetics. Fascism and aesthetics have a very, very linked, are very linked together. We talked about it in the video with Walter Benjamin, who talks about how fascism aestheticizes politics, and they're all about aesthetics in their flags, in the representation of their logo, often in their uniforms, and of course in their art. They want they love aestheticism in the sense of beauty for beauty, or our sense of beauty. And it's often based on more of a historical sense of beauty, in the sense of the classical times. A lot of fascists, Nazis included, love the aestheticism of the classical period, like Romans, for example. They love Roman stuff. You can see the eagle. You can see just the fact that a lot of fascists today use Roman names for some reason. And in any case, um, so there's another concept is modern art as this subversion of the aesthetic ideal. And this subversion of the aesthetic ideal is to them a corruption. That's linked to degenerate art, or the idea that art is degenerate. Yeah, Sauerkraut says there are big fans of all the naked butt dudes. They are. They actually are. Because to them, that is beauty. That is an idealized version of society that they want to attain. And anything that doesn't that doesn't prefigure this idealized version of the world, which is naked buff dudes, then it's actually a perversion of this ideal. Art should put you towards this fascistic ideal, which is like going back to the classical times, the more traditional times. And their critique of modern art is that it subverts this goal, and that it doesn't only it's not only going to subvert the goal of beauty or of aestheticism, but that it will promote the degenerate, will promote the ugly, will promote anything that corrupts society. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Are we going to talk about corruption of society? I don't know if there's anything. I would like to know what what are other criticisms of modern art that the Nazis have? So that way we can identify in the PragerU video if they have a correlation. We're going to talk about the democratization of modern society. Everything is moving towards capitalism and free markets. I don't know if I'm not sure. I don't know if they would be against democratization in the sense that they would see modern art, I believe, as something that just appeals to the degenerate, to the Jew in a way, and that is made by the Jew and all that. I don't think it's. All right, yeah. Vincent says the fascist ideal of art is a form of romanticism, both in concept, fetishization of the past, as well as technically style, realism, beauty. It is representative, and if it's not, it's degenerate. Absolutely. Yeah. That's a good. Keep that in mind, guys, before we watch the video. So it's fetishization of the past, but not only fetishization of the past for the fun of fetishization of the past, but also in the technicality of the picture, the style, realism, beauty. Those are things that they want in their art, and if it's not that, it's degenerate. It's not good. It needs to be representative, and I think that speaks to the idea that they don't want to have to think or to engage with modern art or with art. If art needs some intellectualization, if art needs you to make you think or whatever, that's bogus. That's made by Jews, all right? If they make you think, or if they make you have to do some intellectual masturbation, to them, that's not good. That means it's if you need to work to appreciate it, then it shows that it's lacking. And to them, that's degenerate. To them, there needs to be this technicality in both in its style, realism, and beauty, as Vincent says, but also in the fetishization of the past. And that fetishization of the past does contribute to the idea of being more technical about your work of art. Yeah, I'm seeing like it's being it's being talking about moral perversion. I want to get as many concepts out. They'll attack subjectivity as a concept. Yes, because the very concept of subjectivity is dangerous to them. Immoral, yeah. They'll make art about morality, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but like in the sense that they'll see it as immoral. Because like I can call some art immoral, but because to them, because it's immoral, then it's not art, and it's a problem in a way. It needs to be destroyed. It needs to be, or at least ridiculed in a degenerate art exhibition. Aware Tenacious says Democrat, Republican, fascist, communist. Same thing. Don't engage with that guy. just ignore him. Yeah, the list is rather long, but I want to get as much as possible in there so that we can identify some of the rhetoric of PragerU. And I want to do it before, because I don't want to do it after. It's easy to do it retroactively. I want to do it before we get into the video so that we can, maybe PragerU is actually going to say they love modern art, but I have a feeling they won't. Yeah, Ethan says, not sure if it's accurate, but something which maintains a strong national or community identity, typically excluding certain groups. Yeah, I do think there's an element to that, but I think that their way of maintaining a strong national community identity is through this fetishization of art that has been, that has already proven itself historically, at least in their eyes. So it's like this art of the past is our origins as a people. So I think that's a way to say it, a strong national or community identity. This art of the past, this Roman past or whatever past you want to refer to, is our lineage, and art that doesn't represent this lineage is immoral, or, it's something that's not us, and therefore we must eradicate it. Yeah, absolutely. Jan is right. Lots of the paintings which were in the Museum of Degenerate Art were made by Jewish people. Surprise, in case you didn't know. All right, are we going to... Trying to see if there's anything more, any before. You just lost my subscription. Says Aware Tenacious. No, please stay. Don't leave. Resubscribe, please. Don't leave. Nady Mate says, hello, Mr. Candace. I love your videos. Keep up the good shit. Thank you. All right. So I'm trying to... I think that's it. I think we covered a bit of the ideas. A lot of what's being said comes back to the couple of core concepts that we already identified. Augustin Akoska. You can find my Discord link. I think Bally just did it. Pocket-sized chaos says they like watching my videos while doing the dishes. I'm very happy that you're doing the dishes. Keep your house clean. All right, Pano says play the video. All right, so we went over the Nazis' version of modern art, and keep them in mind as we watch this video, which is titled "Why is Modern Art So Bad?" So it is criticizing modern art. All right, so I've never done this before, so I need y'all to tell me if the sound is fine. I'm gonna listen to it at the same time. First reaction stream. All right, so is everyone ready? Is everyone hyped for this? I hope you're as hyped as I am. I'm kind of nervous. So there you go. You can probably see it. If I put it full screen, I imagine that's what I need to do. Can everybody see it? And can you hear it?
The Mona Lisa, the Pietà, the girl with a pearl earring. For a score of centuries...
All right. Can everybody hear that? It's very loud. Yes, we good. Not too loud. Never been. Can't say I've ever been hyped to watch a PragerU. Yeah, I guess. All right. Everybody seemed to say it's fine. Let's go. All right, not bad. All right, let's go. Oh, it's a bit loud compared to me. All right, I'll just put it down a bit.
The Mona Lisa, the Pietà, the girl with a pearl earring. For a score of centuries, artists enriched Western society with their works of astonishing beauty. The Night Watch.
All right, first Western society. I feel like we should have said that. That's true. We should have talked about the West. That was an obvious one. And by the way, like the first couple of paintings, like the Pietà, the Mona Lisa, and Girl with the Pearl Earring, like very, very fundamental works of art in art history, but to me, very boring. Oh, and let's change. Yeah, the chat's gonna have to be like that.
The Thinker, the Rocky Mountains. Master after master, from Leonardo to Rembrandt to Bierstadt, produced works that inspired, uplifted, and deepened us. And they did this by demanding of themselves the highest standards of excellence, improving upon the work of each previous generation of masters, and continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable. But
they're probably not going to do that, but the highest quality attainable, what is quality, right? If we go to Bierstadt, who is right here, like, it's a beautiful painting, a beautiful landscape. All right, this is quality in terms of its technical proficiency. It's technically very, very beautiful. But you do that today, and at least for me, if there's nothing more than this is just a beautiful landscape, a lot of people will find it quite boring. And if quality is realism, or quality is just the idea that we can reproduce nature as perfectly as possible, well, a camera can do that. I don't give a fuck about this anymore. Like, oh yeah, you're a good craftsman, but that doesn't say that you're a good artist. It just means that you're a good craftsman in terms of reproducing reality. At least that's my vision of art. And I think that's a version of art that a lot of modern artists and modern art enthusiasts such as myself adhere to.
Inspired, uplifted, and deepened us.
Also, inspired, uplifted, deepened us. I do believe that these are things that art should do, for sure. So I agree with the PragerU.
And they did this by demanding of themselves the highest standards of excellence, improving upon the work of each previous generation of masters, and continuing to aspire to the highest quality attainable. But something happened on the way to the 20th century. The profound, the inspiring, and the beautiful were replaced by the new, the different, and the ugly.
All right, so we talked about Well, the different we didn't talk about, but they don't like difference. Well, all right. The new, they don't like what's new, obviously not. But I don't like how the profound is replaced for new. He himself says, improving upon the work of previous masters. That's novelty right there. All right. And he says that the new now is important, but the new has always been important in terms of artistic and art history. Improving upon the work of previous masters is novelty, is the new that he's criticizing modern art for having. Difference, I think difference is improving upon the work of previous masters is also part of being different, but they don't like that kind of difference. They're very arbitrary about that kind of difference. And the ugly, we talked about that. To them, art has to be about beauty, it's aesthetics, it's realism, it's reproducing the world in how it's depicted, in how it appears to us. So they criticize the ugly. Keep in mind, showing ugly in art is not a bad thing. Showing ugly in art can be more evocative than showing beauty. Beauty can be very, very boring, especially if it's beauty that, that doesn't say anything more than this is beautiful. For example, think of the landscape of Bierstadt. You can have ugly landscapes. Think of Otto Dix's landscapes that maybe not landscapes, but he shows a war-torn landscape in a way. That's not beautiful. It's ugly. It's extremely ugly. But it's modern art, so to them it would be even more uglier than we perceive it as. But it's so much more evocative than the Bierstadt landscape. The war-torn, ugly landscape of Dix is going to be much more evocative, and it's going to be a criticism of war, which they're not going to like either, right? Let's continue.
Today, the silly, the pointless, and the purely offensive are held up as the best of modern art.
I'm sorry to pause so much, but there's a lot to unpack here. To them, the pointless is, the silly, the pointless, the purely offensive. I mean, they're fragile, so of course they're going to be very often, they're going to be offended by a work of art just on a wall. But don't be so easily offended. Come on. And the pointless, well, again, what is purpose in art? What is a point in art? Because I would argue that a lot of modern art has more of a point to say than a landscape painting. A landscape painting is pointless in the sense that it just shows beauty. It just shows a nice landscape. Very often there's not much more added to that. There can be much more added to that, but very often it's just a landscape for the sake of being a beautiful landscape. But if I'll go back to the landscape of Otto Dix. He might see it as pointless because it's modern art, but it has more of a point in the sense that it criticizes war. And much of the art today is a criticism of something, or at least it's engaging thought in its viewers. And that's quite the opposite of pointless. It asks people to think about the work of art that's being showed, not just passively enjoying it. And I feel like that in itself is more of a point than any art that just portrays beauty.
Michelangelo carved his David out of a rock. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art just offers us a rock. A rock. All 340 tons of it. That's how far standards have fallen.
All right. I don't know that rock. 340 tons is a lot of tons. And I'm assuming that, LACMA this way, you can probably go under that rock. I imagine. Because it's like a little, like kind of a bridge, I guess. In that case, there might be like something about, being under that rock and the vulnerability. Yeah, people in chat saying that you can. That is pretty heavy. More some sexy rock. That's a sexy rock. And being under that rock might give you a sense of vulnerability. I don't know. I don't know the artist's intention, and perhaps just thinking about that, we can engage with that piece of rock. Maybe I don't know. Maybe some of you can tell me what the purpose of that rock is, but just through, and I'm just throwing that out as a reaction, like in a reaction stream. But like maybe it's to talk about the vulnerability of someone who goes under it, right? It can talk about it can give you a 360, more than a 360. You can go under, you can go on the sides of of a rock. That's a better perspective on a 340-ton rock that anybody in the world or anybody in the history of humanity can give, right? Like who can see so much facades of a rock? It might mean, it might not mean anything, but just in terms of like our technical proficiency, or like through technology, we're able to do that. Something that no other human in the history of humanity could do. We can do it. It's stupid, but we can do it. There's actually like some things that can be said about this rock. As for David, it's very culturally meaningful, but it's just beauty. You look at that David and you can think about beauty. You can think about the hours of work it took for Michelangelo to carve it. But what are you going to think? Like, it's just pure appreciation, which is not a bad thing, by the way. I don't want to say that pure appreciation of works of art are necessarily bad. But in this case, there's this lack of engagement with David, because it's just like, oh, well, it's a nice aesthetically pleasing statue, but the analysis stops there. It ends there, and it's meant to end there. There's not more to think about, at least in the context in which it's portrayed. All right, we're going to continue, but yeah, art doesn't have to be beauty. Obviously, that's an idea of the past, but I think we have evolved as a species to be able to appreciate, cognitive engagement more than passive beauty. At least that's my ideal of art. Maybe PragerU is going to develop their idea of art.
How did this happen? How did the 1,000-year ascent towards artistic perfection and excellence die out? It didn't. It was pushed out. Beginning in the late 19th century, a group dubbed the Impressionists rebelled against the French Académie des Beaux-Arts and its demand for classical standards.
Rebels.
Whatever their intentions, the new modernists sowed the seeds of aesthetic relativism. The beauty is in the...
Hey, we talked about relativism. All right, well, first I want to talk about the fact that Impressionists are rebels, and that's the bad thing. That's a bad thing. And l'Académie des Beaux-Arts is the establishment. That's the good thing. These damn modernists, these rebels, all right, associate the term rebels to something being bad. Please. And I'm going to just mute it to go forward. And the beginning of aesthetic relativism. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We identified that.
The beauty is in the eye of the beholder mentality.
And I feel like most people agree with that. And the idea of aesthetic relativism, well, first, I don't even care about aesthetics. Let's make it clear. I think the Impressionists are kind of boring, if you ask me, which might be a hot take. But in terms of relativism, not just aesthetic, but just general relativism, like the very fact that we can look at art and that our appreciation of it is relative is what enables criticism and discussions of these works of art. If there was just this is a beautiful work of art, this is not, these are beautiful, like these are characteristics that make it beautiful, these are characteristics that makes it not beautiful, then there wouldn't be much to talk about aside from, all right, which one ticks which box. And that makes for for dead art, for boring art, for art that doesn't require engagement, art that just ticks boxes.
Today, everybody loves the Impressionists. And as with most revolutions, the first generation or so produced work of genuine merit. Monet, Renoir, and Degas still maintained elements of disciplined design and execution.
Discipline. That's another thing. That's another. Okay, next time when we do this, we got to be better at predicting what they're going to say. Discipline is one of them, and discipline is not necessarily a bad thing. But in this case, they see art as requiring discipline, at least in the technical like proficiency kind of way. And it's funny how I say, all right, I think the Impressionists are bad, but like are boring, whatever. And he turns around and says, well, everybody loves them. They're good actually, and that's because they showed like some technical proficiency. And I imagine he's going to go on saying that they will, as time goes on, this technical proficiency goes down, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Naro says they see craft over creativity in art. And I feel like that's such an outdated way of viewing art. Discipline.
But with each new generation, standards declined until there were no standards.
Yeah, of course.
All that was left was personal expression.
And I do make that criticism in my latest video about creepy art. I do say that, art is very often just personal expression and we lack this community feeling. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, as PragerU says. I think personal expression can be actually pretty important when it comes to you don't want an impersonal work of art. I don't think you want an impersonal work of art. I think nobody wants a work of art where the artist is not expressing themselves, in the sense that you don't see them anymore in the work of art, because the quality of the brushstroke is so perfect that you can't even tell that it's a painting. That's something that academicists wanted. They were like, make the quality of your brushstroke so fine that we can't even tell that there was a painter that painted this this painting. And I like how standards went down to PragerU, which is art math. Yeah, the standards went down objectively. Look at the graph. Line goes down. That's wrong. That's bad.
The great art historian Jacob Rosenberg wrote that quality in art is not merely a matter of personal opinion, but to a high degree objectively traceable.
What is quality? If it's reproducing a nature or reality as perfectly as possible, then yes, it is. It's not a matter of personal opinion. It's objectively traceable. But that's not what we want. That's not what most people want out of art. We don't want a picture. We don't want something that is equivalent to a photograph. We want something that speaks to us emotionally, something that an artist puts their whole life into, their emotions into. And it's really hard to put your emotions into when you're just reproducing mechanically, like a robot, something that you see outside, or something that you've imagined. I don't know. You know what I mean? I think that the idea of quality in here, they're transposing it to the idea of either a photograph or a computer, and it's an outdated view. And the reason why it's outdated is because this view was adopted before the advent of photography, before computers existed. Right now, if you make a photorealistic painting, it might be impressive in its crafting quality, in the sense that we know that you have a lot of skill in the craft of replicating the world. But what are you saying more? What is the creativity behind that? There is none. There's no creativity. There's no personal expression. And when people have their personal opinion on the quality of art, they're not saying quality of art in terms of how it looks. It's more quality of art in how it speaks to me, or how it makes me feel, or how it it makes me engage with that work of art. A work of art that makes me engage with it is much more, has much more quality than a work of art that just, hangs on a wall as decoration because it's beautiful.
But the idea of a universal standard of quality in art is now usually met with strong resistance, if not open ridicule.
Ridiculous, stuffy, restrictive, outdated. Yes. Outdated. I just mentioned that fact that it was outdated because of photography, because of historical context. I'm not taking that out of nowhere. There's actually a reason why it's outdated. But yeah, that's funny that...
How can art be objectively measured? I'm challenged. In responding, I simply point to the artistic results produced by universal standards compared to what is produced by relativism. The former gave the world the birth of Venus and the dying Gaul, while the latter has given us the Holy Virgin Mary, fashioned with cow dung and pornographic images, and Petra, the prize-winning sculpture of a policewoman squatting and urinating.
Extra based. Hold on, I'm just going to move my camera so you can see. I'm going to put myself right in the middle. Or what if I'm... right. I'm the oil, glitter, resin, cow dung, pornographic image. That's me. All right, so here we have the universal standards that gave art that either is photorealistic or closer to it, or as close as they could get in the past, and a statue that is also naked buff dudes. Who said naked buff dudes? Whoever said naked buff dudes, you were right. That's what they like. They just showed it. All right. Which is, it's beautiful. I'm not going to take that away from the universal standards. If it does speak to beauty, it is beautiful, and it's more beautiful than whatever is on the right, including myself and including this. It's extremely beautiful. However, I don't care. This painting right here, this installation right here, I don't know them personally, but I can bet you that I can engage with these works of art, understand them, and understand what the artist meant to say, and I can spend a conversation, a night-long conversation about these works of art with a friend or just someone I know. And that makes for some deeply purposeful art. Because I can talk, it links me, connects me with other people through our debate about these works of art, or about our appreciation or our disappreciation of it. Now look at the universal standards. Birth of Venus, a beautiful painting. But what am I going to say about it, right? We can talk about the composition. Oh, it's a triangular composition. The fact that, she's lighter than the rest of the composition, which brings her out. She's central. She's trying to hide herself, but she's not fully hiding herself. Her breasts, I mean, and it creates this nuance. This I don't remember what they're called, but trying to cover her to cover her beauty. She's birthing from a seashell. Blah blah blah. All these things, but those are more descriptive facts. They're not going to bring to debate. They're not going to bring to engagement with that work of art. Not that it's a bad work of art, because for the standards of the past, this is the works of art that were elevated, and those are the ones that were the most influential for the time, because they abided by the standards of the time. But our standards are different, and they are happily they are. I'm glad that they're different, because also the marble statue here, like a great marble statue, it's beautiful, but what are we going to talk about if we are to talk about this statue? Nothing. What are we going to think about? Well, we can think about how beautiful it is and how long it took to make it, but is that really what we want to spend our time doing? What about intellectualizing this art? What about, thinking about art, engaging with art in a more meaningful and purposeful way?
complete with a puddle of synthetic urine. Without aesthetic standards, we have no way to determine quality or inferiority. Here's a test I give my
Wrong.
graduates.
Oh, wrong. I thought I paused. We have no way to determine quality or inferiority in terms of aesthetics. We have a way to determine quality or inferiority, not in terms of aesthetics, but in terms of artistic, worth, or in terms of engagement. And that way of determining quality or inferiority is by debating, is by engaging with your friends, with family members that have also seen that work of art. It's by not only engaging with that work of art, but engaging with it by proxy through conversations with people that have also seen it. And that makes for not only a community engagement, like an engagement with a community, but engagement with the artwork. And through the engagement with your community, you can appreciate that artwork so much more, because they will see things in that artwork that you haven't. They will link their experiences to that artwork that you haven't even thought of, or things that you didn't even think that they could be experienced. And they'll link that to that artwork. You will link your own experiences to that artwork. And that's subjectivity, which is what they're afraid of, and which is what they don't want us to experience. They want aesthetic standards, and like art is beauty, and there's nothing subjective to it. And because of that, we can determine what is good art and what is bad art. And let's be honest, what they consider bad art, they'll say it's not even art. So I think that relativism is really important in terms of art, just so that we can engage that art through our conversations with others. It's a deeply communal aspect. It's it's a social thing. But yeah.
We have no way to determine quality or inferiority. Here's a test I give my graduate students, all talented and well-educated. Please analyze this Jackson Pollock painting and explain why it is good.
Like, you already know where this is going, right? But this does not look like a Jackson Pollock painting. Not only does it not look like it, it's way too pixely for that. Can people tell that this is not a Jackson Pollock painting? Like, the fact that it's coming from PragerU, like we know they're trying to trick us, but even then, this does not look like a Jackson Pollock painting. It comes from that's the kind of thing that someone who doesn't know Pollock would say that looks like Pollock, and it just shows that they don't know what those kind of paintings are. Yeah, it's not Pollock. Yeah, too much canvas exposed. That's good spot there. Sauerkraut. Almas Liana says, okay, thank goodness you said it. My first thought that's not a Pollock. I don't think it's drip. These are smears. They're not even drip paintings. Vincent says that's an apron. Pollock has drip, Nelson says. Yes. All right, let's watch. Let's see.
It is only after they give very eloquent answers that I inform them that the painting is actually a close-up of my studio apron.
Can you imagine the face on these cringe woke art students when they realize that it's just an apron? When people say that, for example, Pollock is bold, unconventional, evocative, perfectly balanced in its randomness, they're talking about like art or the Pollock painting in its context. Because now someone who does drip painting, like personally, I won't give a fuck. And all of this, like all of these wouldn't apply to that work of art just because I won't care for it. Like I'll just say like, all right, well, you did a drip painting, or in that case, a smear painting, and good for you if you were able to express yourself. But it's All right, I don't care. But in the context of Pollock, like that's pretty bold of him to do. Just the fact that he put it on the floor was pretty bold. So in if you can and if you have the knowledge to put art in its proper context, then you can appreciate it, right? That painting, if it was actually a Pollock, would be more more evocative, like they say, or more bold if it was actually a Pollock, not because of the subject in itself, but because of the context in which that painting was made, because of the statement that it's making at that time. If another Pollock was born tomorrow, or was born a couple of years ago and did a painting tomorrow, a drip painting, most people, it would go unnoticed. People wouldn't care, or maybe they would for financial reasons, but that's another reason. That's another whole can of worms.
Painting
The art
is
market.
actually a close-up of my studio apron.
Can you imagine the art students, how embarrassed they would have been? That's a sick burn.
I don't blame them. I would probably have done the same, since it's nearly impossible to differentiate between the two.
It's nearly impossible to appreciate it. Yeah. Except for everybody in chat saying it's smears and not drips. Anyway, I get his point. You could do a drip painting and it not being Pollock, and if you said it was Pollock, you'd be like, oh my god, that was bold for him to do, even though it wasn't a Pollock. But again, it's the historic context. It's the whole provocation coming from that painting. It's not just the art and that's it. There's a whole conversation about that art that makes it bold, that makes it interesting. It's the whole thing surrounding the work of art. To these people, they don't want this how do you say, this jibber jabber. Is that a thing that you English people say? Jibber jabber? They just want the work of art. That's it. My brain shuts off and it makes me happy.
And who will determine quality is another challenge I'm given.
Yeah, who will determine quality? That's what we were saying. We can do it by a democratic, how would you say it? We can do it democratically through debate, through conversation. We can do it as refined intellectuals, some art lovers.
If we are to be intellectually honest, we all know of situations where professional expertise is acknowledged and depended upon. Take figure skating in the Olympics, where artistic excellence is judged by experts in the field.
Art is not a competition, though. This is another another conservative thing, like the whole idea that the world is a competition. The world is capitalistic. Like, yes, there is, competition in the art world in terms of like, being successful, like in terms of like making money and all that, and like grabbing the money of some patron over some others in the art market. Yeah, but it's not a competition in terms of just expressing myself or showing my art to as a form of communication.
Surely we would flinch at the contestant who indiscriminately threw himself across the ice and demanded that his routine be accepted as being as worthy of value as that of the most disciplined skater. Not only has
discipline again. Discipline is to be rewarded. Conformity needs to be rewarded. And if you challenge these norms, then you are to be shooed off and laughed at. Like, that's what Duchamp was fighting. Art, like the concept of art that he's advancing is a concept of art that has been pervasive all throughout art history. The idea that it's like figure skating, with people using objective standards, experts using objective standards to tell you if it's right or wrong, or if it's good quality or wrong quality or bad quality, whatever. And Duchamp, that's why Duchamp showed his urinal. This is your weekly urinal by Duchamp reference. People used those kinds of standards to equality, to show quality of art, And Duchamp did the equivalent of just sliding out there and saying, I demand that my routine be accepted. But the difference between a figure skating routine and art, like the difference between those two, is that art has a different purpose than figure skating. Figure skating is a competitive sport. Art is not a sport. Art is a way of making people engage, and any way of engaging is, as long as it makes you engage, is right. And the fact that if you can throw yourself like this guy is doing, and it's making people engage more with you throwing yourself than the person that did what did they do? Moonwalked or moonskated? Is that it? All right. Oh no, they did a little spin. If people engage more with this if people engage more and this is being more talked about, this is being debated over, then this is more valuable in terms of art. For ice skating, no, you're breaking whatever rules were imposed for that competition. But art is not competition. Art doesn't have rules. As long as it's making people talk, as long as it's making people debate, as long as it's making people engage, then, so this comparison is completely flawed, but who would have guessed?
The ice and demanded that his routine be accepted as being as worthy of value as that of the most disciplined skater. Not only has the quality of art diminished, but also the subject matter has gone from the transcendent to the trashy. Where once artists applied their talents to scenes of substance and integrity from history, literature, religion, mythology, etc., many of today's artists merely use their art to make statements.
He's kind of right there. He's kind of right. In my video on creepy art that I just released, I do say that we lack this transcendent. In I use the terms of Herbert Reed, that the community feeling, the transcendent, the religious, all of that, which link all of us together. We don't have that anymore. But that comes from that. But that, as we talked about on this stream, that comes from freedom. People don't have to go through this community feeling to express themselves anymore. They can do it freely all by themselves. There has been things that have been lost. We lost this community feeling, but it came with freedom. And now they're using this freedom to not have to talk about the transcendental, the religious and all that, to criticize authority, to do statements. Those damn rebels. Rebel scum. Yeah. And it's like, do you understand that this pile of shit with authority, pointing to it, is getting more reactions and more conversations and more engagement than your landscape painting? And they're angry at that. Like, this man is pissed. He sees his landscape painting or his photorealistic drawing, and people don't give a fuck about it. People are like, oh yeah, that's really impressive. You must have worked hard on that. But they don't do anything about it. They don't discuss it over a dinner table. They don't debate over it or over its artistic quality. They just say, yeah, it must have taken a lot of time. Have you been doing this for a long time? That's pretty impressive. Good job. But then they'll spend an entire evening debating about this statement. They'll debate about its worth. They'll debate about the statement itself. They'll debate about, all sorts of things, and they'll relate it to experiences and conversations that they've had in the past. And because of that, this pile of shit is having more of an effect on viewers than the photorealistic drawing this guy has taken 40 hours to draw. And that gets him so angry. And the reason why he's doing photorealistic drawings is that he can't think of a statement. He doesn't have any statement to offer. The only statement that he has to offer is that anything that's not photorealistic art is not art, or it's bad art. And that's his only statement. Or like, if he comes from PragerU, he'll he'll say that we have to reinstate slavery or kick illegal aliens out of the country. But those are statements that you can't really make without without losing a career. So he's just I guess that's why he's angry.
Often for nothing more than shock value. Artists of the past also made statements at times, but never at the expense of the visual excellence of their work.
So you can make statements only if it's also beautiful. But what if the fact that it's not beautiful is part of the statement? What if people decide for it to not be beautiful to force people to engage with the statement? Like the death of Marat, or this, which is the Raft of the Medusa, both are statements. Absolutely, this is a statement about. Actually, it's a denunciation of the Bourbon Restoration, the Bourbon monarchy that came in after the French Revolution, and this is the depiction of a revolutionary during the French Revolution that got killed. Those are statements for sure, and you see him dying with his pen in his hand, like it's a depiction of he fought for the revolution all the way to his death. Those are statements, but the thing is, people are not engaging with these works of art as statements on a day-to-day basis. We of course, as very distinguished art historians, we know the death of Marat, and we know the Raft of the Medusa, of course, and we know its historic context and all that. But a lot of people will look at these paintings and believe that they don't necessarily need to do the research or to understand the statement behind these works of art because they're just nice works of art. And by the way, why did they take the depiction of this? Well, first, what the fuck? This is not the original. Sorry. This is not the original Raft of the Medusa. The original Raft of the Medusa. The original Raft of the Medusa has. All right, I might be nitpicking here. The original Raft of the Medusa first has a lot more pixels, all right, than this shitty version. And I don't know why they decided to take this shitty version, because this first is was prior to the actual version, but also this version has a black guy as its main character, which was quite controversial. And I've made a video about that black guy if you guys want to look into it. And there's not just one black guy, there's another one right here, which you can imagine was pretty controversial at that time. But it was a boat from Senegal, so of course it would have black people on it. Anyway, it's kind of weird that they decide to take the version that doesn't show the black guy as a main character. Yeah. Some people say that this guy is also black. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's shading. When I made my video on the black. By the way, these two are the same. I don't know how to. These two are the same model. When I made my video on the black guy in Raft of the Medusa, I didn't know if I should count this guy as black. I don't even know if he is, and I'm not gonna say that I don't know. Oh, that guy might be black. But I mean, it's kind of weird to pixel peep and try to find it's darker skin. But it kind of feels weird to try to find the black people. But what's even weirder is the fact that they take the version that's less known, or that version is not known at all, and that they take the one that doesn't have the black guy as a main character. But that is to be expected, but also shows a bit why these people are not to be taken seriously when it comes to showing off art. Maybe it's just an editor who's Raft of the Medusa and found this really unpixelated version of it unpixelated. Anyway, look at me doing investigation on PragerU videos for my first reaction stream. I hope you guys are enjoying it. That's what you wanted.
At times, but never at the expense of the visual excellence of their work. It's not only artists who are at fault. It is equally the fault of the so-called art community, the museum heads, gallery owners, and the critics who encourage and financially enable the production of this rubbish.
We should have talked about that as well in the prelude to watching this video. They say, well, not they, I mean the fascists. And we're not saying that we need to finish this video before saying if they're fascists or not. But Nazis said that degenerate art was enabled by the Jews. The Jews, the Judeo-Bolsheviks, who were at the head of museum heads, who were gallery owners, and who were critics. Jews are at the head of this, and they're the ones encouraging degenerate art. We should have mentioned that again. Maybe some of you did before watching this video. It should have been something that was mentioned. We can't anyway. Yeah, I guess they blame everything on the Jews anyways, so yeah, it's not that much of a big review. But that is one thing they said about degenerate art, was that it was a Jewish plot to destroy Western world and Western culture and Western civilization. Play.
It is they who champion graffiti and call it genius.
They champion graffiti. I can't believe they would do that. I think they're supporting rebels. That's horrifying.
The scatological and call it meaningful. It is they who, in reality, are the naked emperors of art. For who else would spend $10 million on a rock and think it is art? But why do we have to be victims of all this bad taste?
They're victims. They're victims of this, guys. Why do we have to be victims of people who like modern art and who advocate for modern art and who like to discuss about modern art? Why do we have to be victims? That's another thing that we should have talked about. How a lot of Nazis back in like when they made the Entartete Kunst exhibition, the degenerate art exhibition, they said that it was an attack and that they're being victimized by this attack. This attack is at our civilization. So this art that, is not only art being done in someone's studio and being hung on in a gallery, like someone doing this art in a private studio being hung on a private gallery wall or even on a museum wall. This is an attack. And this is fundamental. It might be funny, like the fact that he says that they are victims, and they're, like we said already, they're fragile, they're easily offended, and they're very often victimized, or they feel victimized. But the problem with this rhetoric of saying we are victims, and let's hear it again because it's important. I'll tell you why.
And think it is art. But why do we have to be victims of all this bad taste?
When you say you're a victim of all this bad taste, you're saying that there is an oppressor. When you're saying you're a victim of something, you're saying someone is attacking you. There's either a system, there's either someone, there's a group of people that are using their power to make you feel, or not even make you feel, but to make you a victim, to turn you into a victim. So this is belligerent rhetoric. It's the idea that you are being victimized by these modern art enthusiasts. Fight back or do something about it, right? Let's see what they want us to do about it, if that's where they're going.
We don't.
We don't. No, hold on.
But why do we have to be victims of all this bad taste? We don't. By the art we patronize at museums or purchase at galleries, we can make our opinions not only known but felt. An art gallery, after all, is a business like any other. If the product doesn't sell, it won't be made.
All right. We have to tell this guy that he needs to touch grass. Unless a lot of his viewers are rich people who can patron museums, or like effectively enough that if they didn't patronize, give money to those museums, the museum would be effectively hurt. Or he's telling his viewers, just don't buy at art galleries that don't sell modern art. As if his viewers, and maybe they are wealthy enough to impact art galleries. As if those viewers were buying modern art. And after seeing this video, they'll be like, all right, I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars on works of modern art anymore because this guy from PragerU told me to. Not only is it funny because it's talking about individual, like their solution is an individual solution to a social problem, at least their social problem, their perceived social problem. But it's also a solution that only wealthy people can do. So it's not even boycott this product. It's boycott the purchase of modern art in art galleries, and stop, giving, funding art museums. As if people did that. As if, like, that's why I'm saying touch grass. Most people don't buy modern art. They don't have the means to do it. Most people don't fund museums, and if they do, it's their monthly membership card, which is far from being enough for an art museum to be impacted from. Touch grass and smell flowers.
We can also support organizations like the Art Renewal Center that work to restore objective standards to the art world. And we can advocate the teaching of classical art appreciation in our schools.
All right. They want to groom children. See?
Advocate the teaching of classical art appreciation in our schools. Can you believe it, guys? PragerU is advocating to groom children into appreciating their ideological vision of art. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I can't believe they would do that. Hold on. All right. Now, because we're talking about, grooming children in schools, that's just weird. Let's not talk about that. Conservatives need to know that grooming children in schools is a bad thing. But I want to look into the Art Renewal Center, and the reason why. Well, let's finish the video and then we'll look into the Art Renewal Center, if you guys want to. I can't believe they would want to groom children to. I'm saying it again and again. When was this video made? Oh, 8 years ago. All right, it was made a while ago. Maybe they don't want to groom children anymore with their very specific ideological leanings. Let's celebrate what we know is good and ignore what we know is not. By the way, the white background you see behind me is not simply a white graphic backdrop.
It's not?
It is a pure white painting by noted artist Robert Rauschenberg at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art.
What does it mean? Are you going to tell us what it means so that maybe we can understand it? Or are you going to tell us what the conversation around it is? What's the historical context? So we can actually be truly, amazed or, outraged by it? Or are you just going to say, well, you don't understand it at first and therefore it's bad? Is he going to give us the... I know, what a cinematic plot twist at the end. Do you think he's going to tell us what the historical context behind this painting is and what the conversation around it is? Or is he just going to say, you didn't appreciate it, or you can't appreciate it intuitively and therefore it's bad? Let's see.
I'm Robert Florzak for Prager University.
Oh, of course not. That was funny and that was fun. Thank you. Thank you for making me look at that. If you have any videos that you'd like me to go over, it doesn't have to be about art. It can be about anything. Just send it to me, either on Instagram or on Discord. That was fun. I want to look into the Art Renewal Center. artrenewal.org. This is what they made us, that's what they advocated for, Art Renewal Center. Let me drink some water. Also, it's kind of getting dark, isn't it? The sun is setting. It's time to have some artificial light. Let there be light. I don't want to be too white, though. Not as a leftist. You won't catch me being too white. Whoa. All right. That was a joke. That was a joke, by the way. So, Art Renewal Center, leading the revival of realism. By the way, they don't want the revival of realism, because realism is, if you know about art history and if you know about, the basics, the very basics of the art movement, realism, it was pioneered by Gustave Courbet. Gustave Courbet, you guys probably know him, was, if not an anarchist, had anarchist sympathies. The man painted a portrait of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Let's. Courbet is this guy. You've probably seen this, right? And let's try to find his painting. He's very known for this painting as well. Let's look at... I gotta find it. Ugh, I'm gonna have to click on Proudhon. Proudhon is the first man to call himself an anarchist, by the way. And this is a picture that, or a painting that Courbet made of Proudhon. Proudhon and his children, with all the books on the left and all that. So this guy was quite radical. And also Courbet was part of the Paris Commune, and his role in the Paris Commune was to, actually, just so I don't uninform you as PragerU does, I'll check Paris Commune. Oh, Courbet and the Paris Commune. So, yeah, exactly. Courbet vandalized and took down the Vendôme column, which he saw as a well, let's see. He wrote, "Inasmuch as the Vendôme column is a monument devoid of all artistic value, tending to perpetuate by its expression the ideas of war and conquest of the past imperial dynasty, which are reproved by a republican nation sentiment, Citizen Courbet," because they used to call themselves citizens during the Paris Commune, expresses the wish that the National Defense Government will authorize him to disassemble this column, which he did. And at the end of when the Paris Commune was violently repressed, he wasn't killed, which was already a pretty good thing because they massacred thousands of people in the streets of Paris. But he was meant to, I think, pay it back. In a way. Yeah, he was convicted, but given a lighter sentence than other commune leaders, because he was a commune leader, which is, you don't get more radical than that. 6 months in prison and a 5 a fine of 500 francs. Serving part of this sentence in the prison of Saint-Pélagie in Paris, he was allowed an easel and paints, but he could not have models pose for him. So yeah, and he is considered realism. I'm trying to find, like, are they going to say he is who led the realism movement? Was a French painter who led the realism movement in the 19th century French painting. Gustave Courbet was a leader in the realism movement, but also a leader in the, some would say anarchist, some would say communist, some would say just socialist, Paris Commune. So this man was a leftist, pretty hardcore leftist in revolutionary sense of leftist. And here we have Art Renewal Center, which is advocated for by PragerU, which is the revival of realism. They don't want the revival of realism. Realism is about showing the real world, but not the real world in the sense of technical proficiency, but in terms of, guys, there's people like, living pretty badly out there, and it's pretty real. Think of the Stonebreakers, right? This was like a immoral painting, I guess. It was a painting that depicted workers, common workers who are just breaking stone. Why would you use canvas and oil for these peasants? That's immoral. That's not okay, would say people who were against realists. And that is those people who are saying that it's not okay to represent the real world, to represent, workers, were the equivalent of PragerU today. Same thing for a burial at Ornans. Like, this is just your average, burial in the countryside. Pretty controversial because, Courbet became a celebrity and was spoken of as a genius, a terrible socialist, and a savage. Courbet associated his ideas of realism in art with political anarchism, and having gained an audience, he promoted democratic and socialist ideas by writing politically motivated essays and dissertations. And that's on the burial at Ornans. Anyway, in either case, all right, when these people who know nothing about art history talk about realism, they talk about photorealistic paintings, or paintings that are mimetic, in the sense that they are representing reality as faithfully as possible. Not reality in the sense of, let's show what's really out there, the misery of peasants, for example, but showing, let's show what real muscular dudes look like, and let's show how, many naked ladies look like. Hopefully I don't get the stream banned for this. I won't. Please don't report it. I shouldn't have said that. I'd love to see, you know what? Let's continue on our Wikipedia. We might learn more about it here. Rehabilitation of late 19th century academic painting, not realist painting. Particular emphasis is given to 19th century salon painting. William Adolphe Bouguereau is represented by more than 226 images on the site. So they're a big, Bouguereau is mentioned here again. All right. And let me tell you, Bouguereau, in terms of moral impurity, is up there, right? Is definitely up there. That's morally impure. Is that a guy or a girl? Is Bouguereau depicting someone whose sexuality is ambiguous. Was Bougreau woke? Is PragerU... All right, this might be a guy. I mean, maybe it could be flat-chested. He does have... Or they... She... I don't know. I'm so confused. What about this? I mean, this is immoral. Like, this is at best, homosexuality. And it's a mythological creature. Look at those legs. I don't think that this would be legal today. Bougreau sounds like a degenerate, doesn't he? All right, nudity. Children nudity? Nudity. All right, that PragerU would like. I mean, they would like all of these because they're degenerates, but nudity. Yeah. If someone did that today, we'd consider them degenerates. Oh, there's a little peeper over here. That's not okay. That's a cool painting. Maybe one day I'll make a video about that. I'm not applying woke to classical artists from 400 years ago. If you're talking about the sexually ambiguous guy, I'm not. I'm my attempt at joking. I'm not. But yeah, Bougreau, at least in terms of what they're advocating for. Oh, they're advocating for that for sure. A woman with 5 children? 5 babies? They would love that. Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's I don't think these people know what they want. Cuz at least in terms of like applying like what they want. Oh, I'm pretty white, am I not? In terms of applying what they want to art, I feel like whatever Bougreau has to offer is not it. Oh, now I'm really dark. There you go. Yeah, Ashley says Bougreau was a degenerate and had an affair with one of his students. I don't want to use degenerate like too freely. It was a joke. It was a joke. It's just that these people will apply standards to modern artists, and Bougreau does actually portray things that themselves would call immoral, but he does it in a beautiful way, in a very technically proficient way, and they're okay with it. Basically, they only care about technical proficiency. They don't care about the rest. Yeah, let's just show naked women all the time. Yeah, that's no. It's not the kind of behavior that my religion would say no to. Well, I mean it is, but that's not what the point is here. The point is that it's beautiful. Dot. Period. That was really fun. That was really, really fun. Thank you to whoever recommended me watching that video. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. We'll have to do it again. I want to talk. Actually, like we'll take a little break because not a little break, but I just want to drink some water. How have you guys been? I didn't have time to look at chat at all for this segment. I was just ranting to myself, basically. How has your week been? You're still sick, Panos. Sorry to hear that. I'm good. I was tired. I was tired earlier because of the work I put into my kitchen, as I showed in the beginning of the stream. But now doing these like pump me up. I get excited to hang out with you, and not with you, Panos, specifically, just you with chat. No shade on Panos though. Oh, Margot overslept. Yeah, I hate their job. It's the weekend, so guess I'm surviving. Starting tomorrow again. I'm sorry to hear that. Ciaran Lunar says, I'd love to know what you think of the classical artworks, such as the statue of David, when put into context in the city of Florence, and their significance to the people in Florence. I don't know. I'll be honest. It's not something I've done much research on. In terms of like Renaissance art and all that, because it's an art that I have a hard time engaging with. For David, for example, is one of them. I'm sure, like in the context of the city of Florence, like it had a lot of significance for the people in Florence and for that community. But because it's so removed from my own reality, I can probably appreciate David for in that context, but in my context and in my appreciation of it, I don't think I can transpose it. But I'm sure there's, if I looked into it, I might like actually be really into it, but I'd have to take the time. What's Kropotkin's first name? It's not directed at me, but it's Piotr, Peter, Pierre. Different languages with different words, but it's you can all find them with those Piotr, Pierre, Peter. I'm sure in other languages there's other names as well. His seminal book, Conquest of Bread, is probably my favorite work on anarchism. In terms of, it's not an introductory work, though it could be used as one, but it's a bit too technical at times to be an introductory work. But it is a very it's like a fundamental work for anarchist theory, or anarcho-communist more specifically. You finally drew again, Vincent. Have you finally? You're finally makes me think that you were in a not a rut, but maybe a creative block. That happens. I happen to find myself in creative blocks as well for topics on these videos, and I work full time on this, so I know the feeling. I hope you're doing better, Collective Blahaj, with pneumonia. Hey, everybody's feeling like low. I hope this stream is making you feel better. Leo Williams says not too shabby. So AM says I love modernism and hate it simultaneously. Yeah, that's the human condition right there. Loving something and hating it at the same time. Hate is a form of love. I don't know. I haven't thought of that. I haven't thought that out. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. A new studio space for your work, AM. Congrats on that. With some friends on top of that. That's amazing. Actually, the artist says, I'm fine, but it's raining in California. I think parts of the state is going to fall into the ocean, but life is good. Isn't it a good thing that it's raining in California? Don't you guys get droughts? I don't know know enough about California. Yeah, Peter Kropotkin. I'm happy you look up his work. If you want something more introductory by his, I would recommend like something shorter. The shorter works I've read was Anarchist Morality, talking about the ethics of anarchism. But it's more in response to the historical context where anarchism was very often linked to nihilists or people who don't believe in morality, which it's less of a concern today when it comes to anarchism. There's a work of his called Anarchist Communism. Let me check it up for you. It's on the anarchistlibrary.org. I'll put it in chat just for you. The Anarchist Library is a free online resource with a lot, but when I say a lot, I mean a lot, and not just old works, but also recent works of anarchists, and more broadly like social critics. Let me find you. Anarchist communism. There's anarchist morality as well. I'll get you everything. There's the state, its historic role. You'll have already, like, those are all pretty short. And when I mean when I say pretty short, it's like, it's not like all right, let me see. All right, so this is communism, its basis and principles. I don't know if you can get that. Anarchist morality. Are you getting those? Hold on, I'm sorry. Yes, you are. Perfect. And I'll get you the state, its historic role. And there you go. And for everyone else, if you go on that website, you'll find all sorts of works made by anarchists and anarchist adjacent people. Kropotkin is an anarchist, so you're going to find a lot of Kropotkin works on there. Claude Madrid says, Ashley the artist, don't take for true what an orthodox communist tells you about an anarchist. They don't get along very well. I don't know what you're talking about. Communists and anarchists and orthodox communists and Marxist Leninists and anarchists and have always gone along. Think of the Spanish Civil War when communists and anarchists came together to fight fascism. Truly, truly beautiful. Oh, Lovis says, have you watched Andrewism's new video on the future of cities? I think you would love it. I love Andrewism. At one point, I binged all of their work, and then I was like kind of like overdosed in a way, because they can get long. Like when a video is over 30 minutes, to me it's pretty long, but like 41 minutes, I'll watch it. I'll watch it, and maybe it'll be part of it'll be part of the which movies did I watch this week. Ashley the artist says, so I'll be an anarchist after I read all of these anarchist texts. I don't know. I can't give you any guarantee. That'll be up to your experiences and your own personal view of the world after reading that book. Margot says, I don't understand the difference between socialism, communism, anarchism, Marxist-Leninism, and anarcho-communism, etc. They all seem kind of good to me. Yeah, like, they pretty much all, like want the same thing. It's just that they want the like the big divide between anarchists and Marxists, and then Panos is gonna be, what is he talking about? But I mean, the big divide is both want the same end goal, and the same end goal is anarchism, or stateless, stateless, moneyless, decommodified society where people come together to work, right? And they go about the world as a community and as communes, making them communists. The difference is how they do it. So Marxists, Leninists, communists are more in the idea of having, see, Panos, who will disagree with me on how to get there, will agree with the idea of a stateless, classless society. So a society where there's no classes, where there's no state, where there's no money, where there's no commodities, or maybe some commodities, but it depends on who you talk to. But anarchists want to do it. Well, actually, I'll go through the communist version, or like the Marxist-Leninist, or just the Marxist version. Is they want to do it through either the government or through like a new government. So either through taking the existing tool of the government, or creating their own revolutionary government to centralize power and to coordinate the revolution and to coordinate socialism and have that organization, which is it's not a bad idea, but anarchists such as myself would say that's very dangerous because you're centralizing a lot of power in the hands of a very few people. And some anarchists and some Marxists will say, some Marxists would say, well, actually, we don't want the government to do it. We want, for example, like the whole idea of Soviets is like small councils, like workmen's councils, which is very, very akin to anarchism. But as long as you have the government, which anarchists do criticize, anarchists think that the government will have privileges just by virtue of being a government, and because of that, they will want to they will protect this privilege at all costs. While Marxists think that without the class distinction, and people are gonna disagree with me, all right? Watch some other videos if you want. I'm doing my best. It's hard to not have a bias. But Marxists will say without, like revolutionary state, sure, with working class institutions, have labor unions, Soviets being controlled of the state in order to be able to have organized violence against the reactionaries. That's the whole idea of Marxists. But the whole idea of anarchists is to say, yeah, this organized violence and this centralized violence will be used to protect the interests and the privileges of the people at the head of the state. And that's basically the divide. Uh-oh, Roman's here and is feeling fragile. I think Roman is also a communist. Oh, goofly, libgen.is is you can find all sorts of books on there for free. Without the spaces. It's like a... Someone asked about the difference between anarchism and socialism, or anarchism and communism and all of that. And I was trying to explain it without being biased and without... But we're so far from that, so I feel like it's not a... once the vanguard takes control of the government and takes control of the army, then I will be more concerned about Panos and Roman. But for now, they're my comrades. I don't want to be a cynic, but I like to take this very lightly, just because I know it's like it's out there. It's very theoretical. It's not even yeah, Margot. That's the anarchist the anarchist criticism of a lot of Marxists. Margot says the problem with communism is trusting the people in power to dissolve the state when it's safe to do so. It's like, who decides when it's safe to do so and all that? Like, I don't know. A lot of anarchists, when the Soviet Union happened, were like actually were like turned Marxists because they saw, oh my God, it actually worked in Russia. Of course it didn't, but like, if it ever happens again, but it happens, less bloodily, with less, with less of repression than it did in Soviet Russia, then I I might accept it. To me, like, anarchism is like more of a philosophy, and like it gives that hyper vigilance for hierarchy in all its forms. And like, if a state can do communism, and it can do it correctly, in a way that's not oppressive, it's better than capitalism. All right. If you can have like a liberal one that accepts free speech and criticism of the government, that would be great. Panos says, I just have to say I don't really understand the economics of anarchism. What are you arguing for economically wise? Worker self-management? It could be worker self-management. It could be also like the kind of to each according to their needs kind of philosophy of distributing resources. I feel like we've come to a point where much of the needs can be met. Like we live in a very prosperous system, and I think we can basically have the same system as we do right now, but like with the freedom and without the commodification of things. And then from there, for example, like I don't think stupid example, but like, for example, how would we economically wise for fridges, let's say, I think we can produce fridges for everyone without a problem. So like socially, as a country, there wouldn't be any countries, but like, for everyone, we can produce enough fridges, and I don't think it would be a problem. And I do think that in the long run, especially if there's no profit motives, fridges will be built without the idea of how do you call it, when they make it so that it breaks, planned obsolescence. And therefore, this kind of and that's applies for fridges, but it applies for like all sorts of commodities, where I think we just have enough to just pass around and eventually just make a shit ton of them that are, not obsolete or planned obsolete or whatever. I'm not really worried on the term on economics, because I don't think we're scarce, at least not in the first world. And I do think we can meet the needs of everyone. It's so hard, like Marco said, it's hard to speculate the question of communism versus African, but it's just hard to speculate all of these. We don't fucking know what's gonna happen once we decommodify things. Perhaps we're gonna once fridges are decommodified and we don't need them to be planned with planned obsolescence, they'll be good for 50, 80, 100 years. They could be if we put our mind to it, I imagine. I don't know. Hawk says, what motivates people to do the things they don't want to do in this world? Which is like most of the things. That's another good question, and that's like for a lot, like the idea, because like what like the answer that anarchists and I think Marxists would say as well is, you can either do it. First the end goal is to automize these things, which we probably can with the amount of ingenuity that we have as a species. We don't do it right now because it's not profitable, but we could automize that. Like I think fairly rapidly if we decide that the end goal is not making money but is improving our life, our quality of life. But right now the alternative is to say, all right, the things that people don't want to do in this world, what we will do to make them do these things is threaten them with poverty, threaten them with starvation, threaten them with homelessness. Basically, if you don't do these things that you don't want to do, then you're going to starve. And that's a threat. That's a violent threat. And that's the capitalist alternative. That's the capitalist solution. And it's through the threat of basically death. But it's institutionalized, it's systematized, and because of that, we don't really see it as a violent way of forcing people to do these things that they don't want to do. But we are in effect forcing people to, we rob them from food, from everything, and we're like, if you don't do this thing, or if you don't do one of the tasks that no one wants to do, then starve. Maybe you won't be able to pay rent. You'll be homeless, and it's like threatening them with homelessness, threatening them with all these bad things. I think people will do them, in like, if all needs are met, I think people will naturally do them if there's a need for them to be done. If that makes sense. I think people can work without this incentive to, without this violent incentive. I think people can work, especially if without the capitalist and the profit motive, work can be more livable. A lot of people say that you can make work that is, like a 4-day week. There are ways of making work more livable and less of a dragging your feet to. And in a world where people aren't paid, but people do it because they want to contribute to society, or they want society to keep working. And historically, people have been wanting society to keep working, because if it doesn't work, then people, they suffer. And historically, people have been contributing to society working without this incentive, because the incentive in itself is, I want to survive, and therefore I'm going to contribute to my society working. But the fact that work is more tolerable, because the workplace becomes democratic, because the well-being of the worker is taken more seriously, that's another way to incentivize people to, or motivate people to do these things. Basically, what I'm saying is we tie, to motivate people to work, we either threaten them with violence, or this systemic violence of, you won't be able to feed yourself, you won't be able to shelter yourself and all that, or we give them a lot of money, and we tell them, well, if you don't want to do that, well, here, now you can gain this power, this economic power, which if you can probably agree with me that if you have a lot of power in terms of money, you have like if money is power, you gain power, and you can gain power over other people if you have enough money, just in terms of employing other people who need that money, or else they starve, or they become homeless. So yeah, I think the motives right now is either do that or you starve, or do that and you have privileges over other people through acquiring power, which is money. And in those two cases, I feel like it's kind of, it leads to like really bad outcomes. Panos and Roman grilling me for not being for not centralizing the system. I think it can be done. I think it can be done decentralized. I think it can. How do you manage to provide needs for the population without planned economy by the workers? Otherwise, wealthier regions are going to dominate others. How are you going to provide to child in Siberia? I think we already do. Like grocery stores already provided with with the exact amount of food that these grocery stores need. And that's just for food, for example. And at least in developed countries, those are already met. I don't think things would change that much in terms of the supply chain and all that. I just think that it would be managed by workers. I don't think those details are as dangerous in this sense. Malatesta does talk about that, and he's like, a lot of people will say, well, if you don't have a government, how will you do this? How will you do that? How will you do this? How will you do that? And it's like, it's really hard to tell what you will do in a situation where, we're in a very, that we're so removed from, but I do think it's possible, because the alternative is having a government who decides where the food goes. Imagine a government not liking your region, or your region has been, politically rebellious, let's say, and then they decide to starve you. That's my fear. I fear more this political coup of starving a region, or punishing them for not being politically subservient, than I am afraid of food not coming in because some richer, wealthier region. In terms of wealth, there's not even money, so how would you say wealthy? More in terms of resources. But those resources are not worth anything if they're not using it. Anyway. It's definitely a good conversation to have, but this theoretical, what will happen about this or that or this or that, to me is it gets boring really quickly, just because I feel like it's so removed from our present reality. It's if the revolution is in 100 years, and we're discussing right now of how will we feed everyone in 100 years, I don't think it will be a problem in 100 years to feed anyone, if we're still around, and if people are all, if we're not 10 feet underwater. Marxist centrist. Oh, Paige. Hello, Paige. I'm not I'm not ignoring you. I'm recovering. Have a good recovery. Don't you don't have to justify yourself. And we started a stream 2 hours earlier to allow some some European people in. I'm still here in 100 years, says Munchausenification. I'll only be 129. Maybe in 100 years, it'll be possible for you to be 129. And you'll be able to be a revolutionary at 129. Planning on dying at the age of 69. I hope you're fine, Paige. I hope it's like it's an emergency. When it's an emergency, it's usually not a good thing. I hope you're fine. No, don't worry about it, Panos. Don't be sorry. It's okay. Like, I understand that the Marxist perspective, and it's like I understand wanting to give an alternative to capitalism and trying to set out a plan, not in the sense of planned economy, but like saying like, all right, we're going to replace capitalism for this system, and like detailing that system to make sure that it works. But the thing is, I don't think that you can detail a system that works, because no economic system was like drafted on paper and then applied, or even was it's something that is evolved, something that is I don't know how to explain. Like, for example, capitalism. Nobody actually like wrote a draft for capitalism and said, all right, guys, these are the rules for our economic system, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to live life, and this is how we're going to have people work for us, and that's how people are going to do bad jobs, and this is how people are going to redistribute wealth, blah, 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 blah. It evolves through time, and it does like sometimes it will be bad. Like there are mistakes that are going to be made, and there are modifications and adjustments that will have to be made through time. I just feel that when we have the solutions on a piece of paper, or like the model that we have to follow, we might be less flexible when it comes to actually applying that model, because we want that model to work, or we think that deviating from that model is going to lead to I don't know if that makes sense. And that's why I don't like that. Like that's why I'm more attracted to anarchism, in the sense that it doesn't give a model, because there is no model that can be offered, I think. There's too many factors and too many differences and variables in an economy, for example, to plan it 20 years ahead, for example. Like when the revolution comes, we won't have this, all right, we need to have this and this and this, we need to do this way, all right, you guys need to form into a council, because we need to determine how many cabbages need to go to this plate, blah, blah. Like, that's not how it's going to work, and we can't like confine ourselves to that. I don't think so. But it's fine if you want to do that. It's how I think. No, you don't have to restrain yourself, Hawk. Thank you for your perspective. I will have to restrain myself a lot based on the political climate here. No, don't restrain yourself. It's okay. Unless you're a fascist. No, if you're a fascist, actually, yeah, do restrain yourself. Mikey says, doesn't that argument nullify the validity of the Constitution? Yes, it does. The argument that I just gave, that there is no... Yeah, it does. And I think the Constitution should be revised and updated. And see, that's a problem. People with like those tenets that they hold up, like the Ten Commandments, or like they have a plan and they don't want to deviate from that plan. Like the Constitution is a good example of that. Even though a lot of people who wrote the Constitution wanted it to be updated, right? Well, it wasn't. It was held as a sacred, and that would be the anarchist criticism. I should do a video on comedy art. Maybe I should. I mean, I should make a video on memes. I think. I think memes are are definitely a form of art. All right, I'm gonna do one last segment, and the reason why I want to do this segment is because I saw a video that was quite striking online on YouTube, and all right, how am I gonna start this segment? All right, it's been 4 hours, so let's do that segment, and then we'll stop. How do I want to start this segment? All right. So I came across a video this week, and it's from a creator that I really admire, and I really enjoy watching their videos. And this creator was mentioned last stream when we talked about, I think it was free will. We mentioned free will quickly, and Alex O'Connor from Cosmic Skeptic was mentioned, and we talked briefly about him. And in his he made a community post that I read, and Alex has been by the way, I want to preface this by saying Alex made a video about drama, basically, and he said he didn't want to do this, and he didn't want people to add to this, but this is the internet, and I don't want to contribute to the drama. I don't want to contribute to the story. I'll reference to it for context, but I want to talk about more the lessons that we can learn from this story, and it's something that I want to do more on this on these streams. It's not contributing to like events, like not commenting on events and all that, but what lessons can we learn from them? So the context is Alex O'Connor is a vegan activist. He was more on the atheist side of YouTube. He studies theology at Oxford, or studied, I don't know if he's done. And he turned a lot of his focus and attention to veganism and animal rights, the animal rights movement. And he made a lot of videos, a lot of debates, conversations that I found really, truly fascinating. I can talk about my relationship to like my veganism or my vegetarianism or my meat eating habits later. But to end the context, he made a community post saying that for various reasons, he can't continue doing a vegan diet. And I don't remember the community post, but from what I remember, he didn't go too much into details. Maybe he did because it was a very long community post. But he basically said, I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. He felt really bad about it, obviously, as an animal rights activist. And he said he's still like 100% behind the idea of factory farming being bad and all that, but he just can't have a vegan diet anymore for health reasons. And I thought it was, and he also said that he regretted, what he regretted is the idea that a lot of people relied on him to turn vegan, and in his information about adopting a vegan diet, and he felt bad, obviously, for preaching something that he can't uphold himself, and for health reasons. And it's not health reasons caused by the vegan, by his vegan diet. It's health reasons that he had prior to the vegan diet, and that the vegan diet kind of made it unsustainable. But all that to say, he got really, really bad comments from people who are vegans. People saying, like not death threats, but like in that ballpark of death threats, which was like absolutely disgusting to see. And if you know Alex, if you see if you saw his video that he published, if you saw his community post or whatever, send him like a support message. Like, I think it's important. Like, he's been getting he got support messages, but he also got bad messages. And anyway, if I put myself in his place, I'd like some support messages. As content creators, we find ourselves often seeing bad messages, or overwhelmingly, it only takes one terrible message to destroy your day, and that's what happened. Many terrible messages actually happened, and he talks in the video about him suffering with from issues of mental health, and of course this health deteriorating from his vegan diet. So for the context, that's it, and I don't want to add more, and I don't want to talk about Alex more than that, because I know a lot of people, some people can be really a lot of people were angry at him. And if you are angry at someone who says they're a vegan and they say they can't be a vegan anymore because of diet, and it gets you angered, please don't direct it at him. And we'll talk about that. And just to preface this, I'm not a vegan. I am against animal factory. I am against like the treatment of animals and the factory farming of animals. The reason why I'm against it is not for ethical purposes, and we can get into that, but in another video. This video is not about that, but I'll talk about that later. But I'm not against animal factory farming for ethical reasons, but for environmental reasons. I think it's one of the reasons, like, it's the factory farming of animals is contributing in such a way to global warming that it needs to be stopped. But I don't see anything, like, if it's an ethical quandary, it's because it's leading to the death of of our planet and of our ecology. All that being said, the lessons I want to take away from this situation with Alex O'Connor is that how do you build movements, and around which premises and which values do you want to build your political movement around? So what we have here is an animal rights movement, of, like, we'll call it the vegan movement. And the vegan movement is primarily a political movement. Some would say it's a moral movement or an ethical movement, but I would characterize it as a political movement, mostly because every political movement is a moral movement. Any politics has an ethical framework backing it. And for animal rights, it's the same thing. When we talk about a movement, let's say animal rights, it's all about using power to, in terms of, for the case of animals, to reduce factory farming and to abolish it, perhaps. And all that said, because it's a political movement, but it's so deeply intertwined with ethics and morality, you get into some how can I say this? You get into some muddy territory. I'll give you an example, like something that's parallel to that. Take, for example, children working in a factory in a developing country. This is deeply unethical. It's immoral. We are against that. I hope everybody in chat is against children working in factories, and being exploited in those factories to make t-shirts or whatever. And if we were to make a movement around that question, it would be a political movement for sure, but with ethical with ethical underlyings. The problem, if we're to make that movement, I believe we should do it pragmatically and do it around more political arguments than moral ones. And it might sound weird to say, but for example, I'm reading the comments. I'm sorry. For example, I want to give you the we can use as a tactic, as a movement, the idea that, this, like, using children to make cheap as cheap labor is bad, and obviously we shouldn't do it. And here are the benefits of not using children as cheap labor, and what are the causes of us using children as cheap labor? What are the consequences of using children as cheap labor? And all these things, a more pragmatic and a more, and you can do direct action toward, like, around that and all of that. And the reason why I'm using these examples is because I want to contrast it to using child labor to guilt people. And if I guilt people saying that t-shirt that you're wearing is a product of child labor, and therefore the blood is on your hands. And then we show people videos of, children working in terrible conditions. Like, that might work. And that's what I want to discuss with all of you, is that might work, but it might also have consequences. Because we're tying it less to, the political arguments, and going more into the passionate, let's say, moral arguments, or the guilting arguments, which makes for a movement that is less focused on political efficacy to actually change the world, but more focused on the morality of people's choices. I think that's the best way to put it. So I'll give you an example. Like, for example, veganism, instead of talking about the points as for why animal cruelty is bad, and how it's destroying the world, and how we could install alternatives, which alternatives can we have, blah blah blah. People might not even listen to you, but that's part of advocating for change. It might be a good shock therapy. It might be shocking to show animal cruelty and show people, like, this is what you're contributing to. But the flip side of that is you might alienate a lot of people. It might work as well, but also you're tying their individual habits, and you're moralizing their individual habits, which not only can be hurtful to the movement in terms of alienating people from your movement, but it can also alienate people within your movement from each other. So Alex O'Connor is one of the examples of that. Alex O'Connor says, I can't be a vegan anymore. I'm sorry, guys. It's been taking a toll on my personal life, my mental health, my physical health, and I can't do it anymore. And if you were a pragmatic, because it's not the idea of being too radically for animals' rights or whatever. It's more of a matter of being pragmatic. A pragmatic movement would say, hey, listen, Alex, no problem, like, you're still advocating for for animal rights. He also advocates for human rights, but you're still advocating for animal rights. You're still denouncing factory farming. You're still advocating for a vegan diet. Just saying, for you, it's really hard, and it's not, it's not the best. It's not like you're going to eat meat all the time. I imagine you're still going to reduce your meat consumption. You're doing the best you can to make this world a better place for animals and a better place for us. But if your movement is not based on pragmatism, or based on these political, more of a political or policy oriented framework, and you're more on the guilting and in that action, you might turn against people who actually fight, or who actually think what you're, who actually agree with you. And that's the case for Alex. People have been, telling him to commit, to go to use some other streamer's expression, to find the closest manhole and jump in that sewer and do some sewer sliding. Some people have told him that he betrayed the movement. Some people say that he betrayed animals, and that if animals could have given agency, they would want to off him, which is like really, really bad. And what you're doing here is that you're showing that your movement or what you're advocating for is not politically inclined. It's not in terms of like changing the world in a movement that can be inclusive and that can gain power with other people. You're just showing that you're just making showing your morality, or using that movement as a statement of your own moral virtues. And that's something that, because a lot of the screenshots he shared of the comments that were sent to him, you can tell some of them, at least one of them that I saw, had ACAB on it. So I imagine it's a leftist, and veganism in general is more of a leftist movement. And because of that, I worry about that, because, if we want, for example, to abolish child labor, we won't start outing each other for wearing, things that were made possibly by child, from child labor. So it's deeply unproductive. And when it comes to learning lessons from that, I think we should just learn lessons that, first, individual actions have little consequences. I think, for example, Alex's advocacy for animal rights have done so much more than his refusal to eat animal products. And even if he does eat animal products, he's doing a lot more than many vegan activists who just don't eat animal products and don't have his platform. It's not their fault, but at the same time, he has that platform and is using it to advocate for animal rights. He's doing a lot for that movement, and a lot of them are excising him for it. It's really bad. So yeah, the lessons, using, like, if we want to build movements, we build them pragmatically. And if we want to use techniques to shame people away from whatever, diversity tactics, you can do it, but we have to be careful of not being so emotionally involved in it that we start turning on ourselves, because that can be really harmful, not only to the movement, but to the image of the movement, which is super important as well. So solidarity with Alex. I don't know what his political inclinations are. I mean, if you're a vegan, I feel like you might be a bit more of a leftist, at very least a liberal. But yeah, I want to know what you guys think about, not about veganism, but about building a movement more based, like less judgment, more convincing arguments, says Lise Tessier. And I agree with that. Yeah. Do you think that judging people can be a good way of convincing others? I think it's not, but at the same time, maybe it is. Ashley says, and it's not related to the conversation, but says, I also bake my own bread sometimes. I need to make time to cook more often. I also make bread. I started doing that with ballet. We made some this morning. It's fun to have fresh bread. I encourage people to make their own bread. Anthony Barsness says, I love cows. I want to live on a planet with more cows. You don't want more cows. If you want to still have a planet, you can't have more cows. Yeah, Sauerkraut says antagonizing people is the best way to lose support. And I agree with that because in for veganism, I don't think you should antagonize people. You might, you know, give arguments, but trying to shame them and saying you're contributing to, you know, this 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 agony that that animals are suffering from is not necessarily the best way of going about it. But also, like for example, if I was to try to convince a rich person to become an anarchist, which is absolutely possible, right? Or at least become a leftist. Kropotkin was super rich. Engels was super rich. There's so many people. Like Marx, like maybe he wasn't rich, but like he had a PhD, so he was privileged in a way, right? Not a lot of, you know, struggling working class people in the 1800s had PhDs. But yeah, all that to say, I would probably gesture at how, you know, an anti-capitalist society can actually help the rich. Not antagonizing them, you know, because they're also the product of their environment and a product of the systems of incentives that they live within, you know. But saying, for example, you know, a lot of the crime that you're so afraid of, right? All this gun violence that you hear on the news, you know, a good way of stopping that, and you would argue that a society with less gun violence and less violence in general would be better. A good way to, like, you know, to disincentivize these social issues is to get rid of the profit motive and get rid of the fact that people, you know, incentives of greed that encourage this kind of violence. And that's capitalism. And, you know, that's just an example. There's many ways of trying to convince people without antagonizing them. If you can do it for the rich with anti-capitalism, also another good way with anti-capitalism with the rich is to say, or helping the third, like I don't want to say third world, developing world, is to say, listen, if the developing world is has more resources and more wealth, you have like literally billions of people who can have access to higher education. That's more people to work on, you know, cancer research, or like, you know, finding, you know, ways of mitigating cancer. That's more people to find, you know, to do so much innovation, so many people to do new movies, new art, new music. You know, when you give resources to people, and not just education, but like, you know, just more resources, more free time for these people. These people that, I don't like these people, but like whatever, it's giving free time to people who otherwise wouldn't have it. Then you're enabling them from like to have like you know, to contribute to society, which in return will contribute to your own happiness. Anyway, all that to say, all that to answer to Sauerkraut's comment, antagonizing people is the best way to lose support. Yeah, Mikey says, I don't think virtue signaling is an effective way of convincing people. Hawk, I need to. Hawk says, you are on point. Being constructive and pragmatic is important. I care about the environment, but those people blocking roads make me want to burn tires. I think there's a difference though between, you know, blocking roads and like, and guilting people. I do think that, like, you know, civil disobedience and like civil perturbation, probably not. Perturbation, like, you know, like shaking people or like disrupting daily life through actions can actually be good, and be good, a good way to get heard and all that, without necessarily you know, telling people that, you know, they're in the wrong. It's just saying, like, you know, trying to shake them up. I don't think it's a necessarily bad thing. It's been done very often in historically. Paige says, shame is a tricky thing, makes for hypocrisy for forbidden fruit as a side effect. Yeah, and arguments from hypocrisy are are terrible arguments. It's yeah, no, it's shame. I don't think is a good way, but I think like I think it's one of the big tactics of veganism, and I think it can be done differently. I think it can be done better. And anyway, Braden B says, "Hey again, hello, Braden." Yeah, Panos says, "I would love to be a vegetarian in the future," and like that's the kind of like attitude that like we should embrace instead of saying, well, like if you're saying that you'd like to be a vegetarian but not a vegan, you're actually contributing to um like I don't know, chickens being uh encaged for your eggs, and cows being not seeing the light of day for your milk. You know, there's always a way of guilting people, and like Panos, for example, wanting to be a vegetarian, you can still like, you know, say, well, you're a hypocrite for not, you know, for not being a vegan. It's not super helpful. Yeah, that is. I'm happy to see that to get anti-fantastique the comment by him or by them. I used to be an angry vegan, so I totally get why vegans judge others for eating meat. If you suddenly understand how brutal all this is, you get emotional. It's almost a form of secondhand trauma. Yeah, I like I understand that, and I like it's like there are reasons why a lot of vegans get like really angry, and that has to be understood as well. Anti-fantastique is telling us that. I think it's easy to get emotional and get carried away in that way, and it's like, yeah, because you can also get really emotional about climate change. You can get emotional um, about like human rights abuses and stuff like that, and that for human rights abuses and climate change, people will like agree with you and will understand your emotional like outrage. For animal eating though, I feel like you have to be extra pragmatic because people are not going to get your emotional investment as easily or as intuitively. I Guzzle Twing says, just wait till these people hear that I'm pescatarian. Thanks you says, good afternoon. Hello, thanks you. We're talking about the political efficacy of vegan movements, basically. It's really it's definitely interesting. I understand like the emotional involvement, especially when not only do you witness so much like, you know, violence, um, and you never get desensitized by it because you're so involved in it, but at the same time you can't let that ruin your not ruin your movement but like harm the movement. Yeah, Kez says, completely agree with Anti Fantastique. Says, I find it very hard to discuss veganism with friends without getting emotional. Yeah. I personally, like, I try to reduce my meat intake. We eat like maybe meat once a week. We still eat eggs, but we don't really eat dairy products, mostly because Bali is lactose intolerant. I hope that's not too much detail. DDoSing Bali. Yeah, Mikey says, I do think antagonizing people could have its benefits. Societal pressure is a powerful tool. Yeah, I do also agree with that. That's the thing. But I think you have to make people understand why it's wrong to kill animals, and a lot of people, at least intuitively, don't get it. Yeah, Lise Tessier says straight facts about consequences on environment of eating beef made me stop buying it. Yeah, that's the thing. That's like also the fact that like meat is really expensive and meat is harder to cook. At least I believe so. That's also what got me. And I think, using those arguments, because I don't think caring for animals is like, I believe, all right, I'll give my moral framework really quickly, and you can debate on me with that or whatever. You can disagree with me. My moral framework is the idea that morality exists for social cohesion, right? We developed moral intuitions, moral guidelines, ethical guidelines as we've developed as a society. And evolutionarily, we developed ethical guidelines for our survival. For example, don't kill others is, in terms of evolution, is really, really important. Don't treat others as you would like to be treated is really important in terms of survivability, in terms of like a social in social units, right? So morality, to me, is explainable very easily through evolution. And I do believe morality comes from this evolutionary social I have a word in mind, but I can't find it. But it does come from like evolutionarily, we grew up or we evolved as social beings, and because we evolve as social beings that can act individually, we had to develop moral intuitions and morality as a force of social cohesion. If you have two groups of humans, one with some moral feelings and the other hasn't developed any moral feelings, then the one without moral feelings is not going to cooperate as easily, and therefore the one with moral feelings has a higher chance of surviving. And natural selection, evolution, and you arrive at moral beings, which are humans. But I don't believe, for example, that with that framework and with that justification for morality, that animals necessarily have a place. Because I see the purpose of morality as a force of social cohesion amongst humans. Without this social cohesion amongst humans, or without this need for social cohesion without humans, I think morality would be, wouldn't be needed. It comes from our sociality, or from the fact that we're social, and it's ingrained in our survival as a species, and I think that's the purpose. So I have a very hard time including animals in my ethical framework because of that. However, I am for the idea of not factory farming, for example, because it's extremely bad for the environment and it is not needed at all whatsoever. And it's actually more or less efficient in terms of resources to factory farm animals. It's very inefficient actually. And I think for the environment, in terms of resource management and feeding people just in general, factory farming is a straight up negative. Yeah. Mutual aid is, like Paige says, Mutual Aid by Peter Kropotkin, like kind of, helped that that ethical framework, we'll say. Yeah, Antifantastique says, I agree with morality starting as an evolutionary tool, but to me, morality is just reducing suffering and increasing happiness. So I include all animals that can suffer and feel pain. Like when we say like reducing suffering and increasing happiness, I think like again the reason why we want like we're both utilitarians in that way because I agree with that. But I think the whole reason why we want to reduce suffering and increase happiness is for our own survival or our own comfort as a species. I don't think it includes animals. In that sense, like I guess I'm very much like Stirner. I do believe that it all comes down to the individual in the sense that like individual evolution or like evolutionarily individuals want to live in a society or in a group that offers them security. Obviously we want security, and morality and moral feelings ensure that security. And increasing happiness and reducing suffering is part of giving you that security as an individual within a group. And I think that's why we want to reduce suffering and increase happiness, is because we want our own, it's for our own benefit. It's not like it's altruistic, but for because ultimately it will be for your own benefit. That's something I believe in for morality. I think everything goes back to the individual. I'm very Max Stirner kind of vision of it. I don't think it necessarily means like you're egoistic or egotistic, because if you think that your own happiness hinges on the happiness of everybody around you, which it is, if everybody around you is happy, you have more chances of being happy. If people around you are bummed out and angry and sad, you will be more sad. So you want everybody to be happy, not because you're so selfless and you just want everyone to be happy, but because the happiness of others will impact your own mood. And when it comes to happiness, we can talk about suffering as well. The reason why I don't want people to suffer around me is because their suffering will negatively impact myself. It's a very like cynical way of seeing it, but I think that's how we see it. Like I think that's why we think that way. We can say, all right, that's not how I think. I'm really doing it out of my own volition without, but I think it's the reason why, ultimately I think we we all think that way. And for example, when you want to reduce pain around you, is because that pain will negatively affect you. So if someone, if we allow murder to be super caricatural, to do a caricature, if we accept murder, then people around you, there might be more murders happening around you if murder is not unethical or immoral. And that will affect you, because not only are you more in the dangers of having murder happen to you, but you also have the dangers of murder happening to people who are close to you. Same thing for your parents. Same thing for everyone around you as well. They might die, or they might be suffering from the death of their close ones, which will affect your own mood and your own condition as a human. Yeah, there you go. Panis Katrin prefiguring the fact that I was going to bring up Max Stirner, a true enlightened intellectual right there. I want to see what people think of that, of what I'm saying there, because I think it might be controversial to some. I want to answer to to some pushback. Kez says, but would your morals not affect your actions towards dogs, etc.? I don't see morality as purely human related. It does affect my actions towards dogs, in the sense that, for example, a dog, let's say I kick a dog, or if I shoot it. Well, first, if that dog's the pet of someone else, then I am making the world a worse place around me. I don't think kicking a dog out of nowhere is necessarily good, because I still feel guilt. Like the guilt I would have, in hitting a human for no reason, still transposes on me hitting a dog for no reason. Even though I don't think it's necessarily, it's not equivalent morally, I think my moral intuition still applies. I could not kill like a cat, for example. Even though it has no interaction with humans or whatever, I'd still feel guilty. But that guilt, I think, comes from moral intuition and less from like an actual moral fact in a way, or at least my moral framework. I think I can still feel bad or feel guilty about something without it actually being immoral. Sometimes you're conditioned into thinking these kind of things as well. And sometimes it's just, I think, it's just transposing an emotion you have for humans to animals. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's moral because of that. A lot of Christians feel immoral after having sex before marriage. That doesn't make, because they feel that way, doesn't mean it's immoral. But it doesn't mean like when I say I don't count animals, like I still won't feel okay with killing an animal for no reason, or like just beating it to death with a stick. I won't feel okay with it because I still have this moral intuition. I just don't think there's anything immoral about it. But if just for the fact that I would feel weird about it because of because of me transposing it to that, then I would refrain myself from doing it just because it will give me pain. But I remember being a young kid. I went to a farm where we were killing chickens, with an axe by cutting off their heads. Sorry for the graphic depiction, by the way, but this is what happens on farms. And not a factory farm, right? It's like the kind of farm where it's like, all right, the chickens are outside. All right, we gotta kill a couple of them. Let's do it. And there was another kid, and that other kid didn't give a fuck. That kid would grab the chicken by its neck and kill it, no problem. Didn't think twice about it because he was brought up around that. I wasn't. My experiences with chickens was like cartoons. So I transposed morality onto that chicken, of course. But that kid didn't. So I don't think it's... Anyway. But you could use that for things that are actually immoral, so scrap that. If someone... I don't know. I really want to engage with these comments, so it's going to take a while, but I really want to answer them. All right, Margot is asking, what's the relevance of selflessness, or how we want others to be happy for selfish reasons? I agree for sure. I'm just wondering what the point is. Yeah, thank you for asking. The point is, just in case some others didn't catch that, it's like, to me, the point is, it informs the reason why we are being moral. If I'm being moral for myself and for selfish reasons, which you agree with, then morality, like in terms of harm and like avoiding harm and bringing happiness, that can't be applied to animals. In the sense that, if harm is done to an animal, it doesn't affect my happiness or my harm selfishly, because it doesn't have an impact on the world that will, aside from the fact that I might feel bad with them being killed. But that would be like, again, like more of a moral intuition, which I reject. So I don't think it's. I think the reason why I'm talking about selfish reasons is to say, what are the impacts of this moral reason, and if it doesn't impact me in any remote way, and it can be extremely remote, then yeah, I think that's why I brought it up. I'm sorry. And I think you should be able to argue against anything you should be able to argue that something is immoral by bringing it back to yourself. It could be anything, and most of it will be, I want this to be immoral, or I'm advocating for it to be immoral because I believe that if it's immoral, it'll make society a better place to live within, and I live within society, so I want to live in a better place. And most of morality is that. It's a calculation. It's utilitarianism. Shogoth says, "Good evening." Good evening, Shogoth. Roman Vaughan Williams says, Hegel, anyone? No one has time to read Hegel. Or has the intellectual capacity to read Hegel. No, many people do. I don't. Munshansification says, so you don't think we sometimes do good things just because they are good things? I don't think so, no. I do think that sometimes we think we do good things just for good things, but there's a reason why we do good things, and I think we might think it's altruism, and maybe it is, but I think there's underlying reasons as to why our bodies or our brains incite us to do these good things. Hell, just like opening a door for a stranger, in a public place, you might say, "Oh, I'm just doing that because it's a good thing to do." But at the same time, you're getting rewarded either by a smile or by a thank you or whatever. You're getting rewarded, at least subconsciously. I think you're still doing it, expecting either a reward or just thinking this person is going to be happier, and therefore it's contributing to the general happiness that surrounds me. I think most of it is subconscious. Like, it's not like every time I do something good, I'm thinking of the implications, the moral implications, and how this will somehow benefit me. And like, it's not every time I do like a moral thing. It's not like I tick some boxes. All right, this will benefit me in this way, in that way, in that way. All right, I'll do it. I think a lot of it is subconscious. Yeah, Yoav Cohen says people who sacrifice themselves in battle to do it in the false belief, feeling that the short good feeling they get at the moment of sacrifice will be greater than all the happiness in their life otherwise. At least that's what I believe. And even if it wasn't, there's like there's the selfish gene theory advocated by Richard Dawkins. The whole idea that sometimes sacrificing yourself for people is actually also like a utilitarian calculation. All of them being subconscious, of course. Yeah. Panos Katrin. As a communist, I often use Max Stirner's morality to argue with conservatives on why they should be communists. When I get the why should I care? Only care about me. Yeah, absolutely. I think Max Stirner's arguments on morality and on individualism is extremely important for that, and very relevant and helpful for that. Anarchism in general, it's when you understand that the individual interests align with the collective's interest, and the collective's interest aligns with the selfish interest, then that's, it's the whole basis of anarchism, basically. Antifantastisch says, I agree with that. Just like all altruism, it's rooted in wanting to feel well myself. So we agree with that. Well, when most people include the well-being of animals in that, if you're not needing to kill to survive or are being desensitized, don't really see the suffering slash don't really see the suffering. I feel like most people like wouldn't kill animals like out of fun, or like they'll still like feel like this this guilt maybe if they kill them themselves. But if it's not seen, I don't I don't at the same time I don't know how much I care about most people about most people's um I don't think they include the well-being of animals in that. Mostly because of, I think it's subconscious, like the selfish altruism that we have. We're altruistic just for our own benefit, and being altruistic towards animals does not benefit us in any way. Aside from for climate, for the climate, which is one of the reasons why I advocate to stop factory farming. Panos Catherine says I'm an intellectual, guys. Margot says, "What does it matter that we are kind or do certain things for our own sake? I think it's just a logical course of action. You know, I think it's important just to know why we consider things moral and immoral. I think it's an important thing to know, because yeah, like for example, is killing an animal that's never interacted with a human and that that is suffering in factory farming, or putting that animal into factory farming, is that immoral? And if we think morality of just doing something for our own sake, there's you have a very hard time tracing that back to your own to your own benefits or to your own interests. Like I was talking earlier, if we talk about, for example, child labor in developing countries, there's a selfish reason to not want children to be enforced into labor in developing countries. If that child doesn't have to can emancipate themselves and do what they want, they can contribute to the literary, the cultural, the scientific advancement of the human species more than ever, actually, as well, because now we benefit. Individually, I benefit from some child in, I don't know, in Vietnam getting well, maybe not a child, but someone in Vietnam getting a bachelor's degree. I benefit from that, maybe in a very small fraction, but I do benefit from it, and I should advocate for more people in Vietnam, more people in Indonesia, more people in Sri Lanka to get bachelors, to get masters, to get PhDs, to get to start doing music, to start doing art in general, because it benefits me, indirectly, absolutely, but it does benefit me. But for example, saving a cow from factory farming, how will it benefit me? That's why I'm bringing up the question. In any marginal way, in terms of doing things for your own sake. And I hope we understand that, we can still be altruistic through doing things our own, for our own sake. But how is the survival of a cow or out of factory farming going to benefit me in any marginal way? It's possible if you can tell me how it's possible. But yeah, I think, and all of this is just super interesting because I'm still against factory farming. Oh, thank you, Tom Bayer. Welcome to the stream, and thank you for your nice comment. Hello, Minds. Thank you. Harry, what's up? Hello. New people, I guess, coming in. I had to skip a couple just to be on just to be on the same same time frame as all of you. No, don't worry, Margot. You said sorry for spamming. Yeah, I was like, did they not understand my first answer? So I just answered again. I'm sorry. That's what happens when I take too long to go through the comments, or I try to answer everyone. And it also works like for your own self, right? Like your own suffering will cause others distress, just as others' distress will cause my own suffering. Yeah, it works both ways. All right. So the stream has been going on for like 5 hours. Been having a lot of fun. Really liked. I think my favorite time was like discussing that PragerU video. I'm going to. I go eat. It's almost 7. I started at 2. So Hawk is also leaving. So good night. He says good night, you art-loving communists. Please don't torch my beloved free market while I sleep. Don't sleep too long then. That sounded like a threat. It's not a threat, Hawk. I love you. Marco said, sad I missed PragerU, but it was so fun. But it will be a segment on the second channel. Don't worry about it. It'll be edited without all the ums and the awkward pauses. Eventually I'll get better at talking, I guess. Thank you, Margot. Really great conversations. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kez. Can everybody thank Ballet as always? They're watching. They haven't been texted, like commenting or texting, but they've been watching. Harry says, damn, gotta be here earlier next time. Yeah, I made the stream even earlier this time at 2 p.m. Eastern time. But again, second channel, some segments will be on there. Thank you, Ethan. Good evening. I'm happy you liked it, Panos. Thank you for all your input. Sauerkraut as well. I think it's the first time I see you, Sauerkraut, in chat. And it was great comments you put there. You still have it. You still have all day. All right. Good night, Shogoth. Antifascistisch. Good night. You rewatch the stream tomorrow. All right. Morally superior vegan dinner. All right.